Hello there. Good evening. How's it going? I I yeah, I'm here again. It's another clear night, and it actually looks like we're going to have several clear nights in a row here, maybe even a whole week or more, which is kind of nice after we had quite a bit of rain in the late late spring into summer here, and so that'll be a nice change. And the other nice thing is we're kind of heading into fall, and some of the fall targets are starting to rotate into view, and winter targets even. Um, if you're up really late or really early, you can see Orion and the Pleiades are up after midnight now, and before too long they'll be visible. They'll be rising before midnight. So that I'm looking forward to that. Getting some, not to mention, at least living here in Texas, some cooler weather is always welcome this time of year. Hello, Dark Shades. Good evening. Thanks for joining. I so I've got the telescopes out tonight, but I let me not end the stream accidentally. That would be antisocial to it's like welcome everybody to the stream and then end it. Um so hello Seiko, how is it going? Yeah, thanks for joining even if it's just for a few minutes. I will I'm not sure how late this one will go. It is a Monday. So at least personally, I have to usually, or I try to get up fairly early in the morning, and I try not to make the morning too rough. And so I do try to not go for too long during the week. So if I don't see you, I'll see you online later. And hello, Chris from cloudy Arizona. Sorry about that. Um, Hopefully it'll clear up soon. As you can see, it's actually clear here. Now the moon is above the horizon, but fairly low. And in my backyard, that's the one positive about my backyard right now is the moon is completely blocked because it's to the west right now. So one thing I've done with both of the telescopes, all I've done is unpark them. I haven't done anything else with them. And I'm going to do this again where I'm going to slide over a bit because it's funny. Even if nobody comments about it, I don't want to be. I mean, it's fine if I'm a little off centered, but I don't want to be too off centered. Actually, I wonder if I can even fix this on the fly without messing things up. Maybe that would be too much. Yeah, I'm not going to try that. I might slide over a little bit more in a bit, but what is this thing right here? Oh. Yeah, so all I've done is unpark the telescope. So the first thing, I haven't done any horizontal calibration or anything. So the first thing I want to do is what I've been doing recently is I've been going to Deneb, and notice I'm in Federation mode. So I should just be able to hit go from the one telescope, from the one screen, and both telescopes should start moving. And once they've moved to Deneb, I trigger an autofocus, and then I'll do an exposure, which will force the horizontal calibration. So that's what I'm doing right now. So you can see both of them have started moving. Yeah. That wasn't actually intentional. Actually, you make a good point. Like this space was empty and it needed something. And I noticed that just like the hand was kind of poking in, and I'm like, what is this over here? I'm like, oh, it's this. So I should just bring it into the screen, into this narrower view. And yeah, so okay, so I don't need to move. I filled the space with the. I mean, my intention was to kind of go for the shrug emoji kind of thing. So, because that's sometimes some days are like that. Okay, so let me go. So now what I end up doing is I'll switch to one of the telescopes and go to its live view. I do this every time I go to image for some reason. I don't think there's been any really major. Oh, good. So that's spot on, as they say. So I'm going to go ahead and trigger the autofocus. One thing I think that is new, I think it's new since the last live stream, this SNR, signal to noise ratio. I don't think this was in last time. It's basically on each frame, it's doing a signal to noise calculation. So I'm going to trigger this autofocus, and you'll actually see as it triggers the autofocus, the signal noise will increase. But yeah, so see it's gone up as it's gone out of focus. One thing when we get back to, or when it's imaging, it calculates it only in star mode and only when it's like preview or stacking. It only evaluates the SNR of the complete stack. It doesn't look at subframes yet. But I know that I've been asked about that. Okay, so this is done. So I'm going to now kick off recording. Hello, Turf. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Yeah, you know what's really weird, Psycho? You talk about the good scope versus bad scope. Last night it was clear here, and I didn't do a live stream, but I was kind of messing around with some telescopes. I ended up going to bed relatively early, and I was looking at the Pac-Man Nebula on both telescopes, and I wasn't looking at the parameters weren't exactly the same. I ended up increasing the gain on one of them, and what was interesting is the signal to noise ratio was higher on the one where I hadn't increased the gain, but that was the worst telescope. So anyway, it was I need to do a comparison of the same target with the same gain, see if the numbers end up different. Now the one issue I ran into was one of them hadn't horizontally calibrated, so it ended up having to do it again. So so this is telescope A. I think it's going back to its target. Oh, one thing I did add is this thing would get really unwieldy, this little event box. I have it now where it won't ever get bigger than this, but you can always scroll back if you want to look at things. And you can actually, like, if some of them are too wide, you can actually scroll that item to the side, which is probably easier on a trackpad than a mouse, unless you have one of the mice that has some of the mice have the kind of ability to scroll sideways. Yeah, it was, I think what finally did me in personally. A lot of times it's things where I'm like, it's fine. But it was only fine because I was bouncing back and forth because I was testing things out. I was actually running for a long time on an exposure, and it ended up like ridiculously large. And so I was like, I hadn't planned on doing it, but I'm like, this is not good. This for And especially I imagine on a mobile device, it would just be really unwieldy. So yeah, I did that. And that's all merged in. I think it went in with like the SNR change. It is funny, this SNR, it's actually evaluating the SNR on the loading frame. Or maybe I don't think it's getting the darks. I think it's just evaluating the SNR on the loading screen, which is kind of funny. I guess yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Yeah, I mean I ran I'm hoping it's stable for people. I did run with that code last night and I wasn't doing development. I was just messing around with the SNR. Um not the code. Someone else wrote the code. Um but I was messing around with kind of testing the results. Um so it seemed pretty stable. So hopefully others. And it actually didn't I wasn't doing too much with it, but I actually had two screens side by side in one browser and I wasn't having any issues. So I might try that tonight rather than having two browsers open, and hopefully it'll be okay. Um, there we go. Okay, so now it's imaging, and there's the SNR. And as the number of frames increase, the SNR typically would keep going up. So this one is going. Let me go ahead and do this on the other. Yeah, it's up to 4 frames and it went up a little bit. So let me bring up the other one. And I've got to go to telescope B and let me try to resize this so I can get it. And I know, oh, I haven't even done anything with this one. Yeah, it's still in continuous exposure, so I need to kick off the autofocus. Yeah, one thing Cosmic Ray had mentioned is this text is kind of on the small side. So that's not ideal. I still need to come up with a better solution for that, especially when I'm doing this side by side for a target or 2 targets. Sorry. Okay, almost. And then I'll kick off the exposure, which will do the horizontal calibration. I should have kicked them off more concurrently, just so they'd be ready about the same time. Okay, so that is done. So I'm going to hit record. So we'll see what this does. We'll see if it does the horizontal calibration. I've got to keep an eye on this one because I think this is the one that often fails, the first one. But theoretically it shouldn't, but well, we shall see. I think I'd said last time I need to keep the water over here, so I'm going to keep it over here so I don't have to keep reaching across and sometimes I accidentally hit the microphone. Okay, it's up to 60% over here. And plate solve, 80%. Okay. And will it get to 100%? And, oh, it's interesting. It has the number of stars, 914 stars. I guess I missed that before. I should show that number. That's kind of cool. Saying how many stars it plate solved. And so now it's going back to the target, I believe. And then it'll do the dark library, and then it'll start imaging, and after a little bit, we'll stop it. it's not quite back to the target because Deneb is not on the screen. But I think this happened yesterday, but the tracking was still okay. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe this image is a little bit behind, but we'll see when it comes back from plate solving. Or not plate solving, from generating the dark library. Okay. So after this is done, what targets should I, any suggestions on targets? There was this super stack or ultra stack. What was the target for the ultra stack? Let me look at the live view target, or live view, the ultra stack. The ultra stack is the Iris Nebula, the Southern Pinwheel, which I can't get, and a Mosaic of Andromeda, which I don't think I'm going to do a Mosaic. Yeah. Oh, nice. Elephant trunk. Are you going to, hi, and good evening, Mark. Are you doing a mosaic of it, or just the trunk itself, or kind of the central area? Wow, off to an inauspicious start, as usual. One thing that I don't know, it seems to often switch from kind of the preview frames to the actual stack frames. It seems to be working better than it had been. And I know I'd been making some changes, but I guess this one particular change I made was kind of the secret that made it a little bit more robust. Yeah, just the trunk. That makes sense. I mean, that's arguably that's the most interesting part of it. Yeah, and I do like, yeah, it is a neat structure. Doing a 4x2 of M31 and then M45, nice. Yeah, that's one thing I'm really looking forward to now with oh, hi Jovi. I had meant to ping you in Discord to let you know I was streaming in case you had missed it. But yeah, regarding M45, that's something I'm definitely looking forward to as well. Because I usually don't leave my telescopes out overnight because of rain, random rain showers overnight, coastal rain showers that just kind of roll in for when there's no listed chance of rain. We'll still get it. So I don't tend to leave it out overnight, but so I'm looking forward to M45 kind of at least getting more towards midnight. I know I had been up late. There was a live stream a few days ago, a few week or two ago maybe, and I saw the Pleiades on the all sky camera. So that, I mean, it's visible earlier for people who don't have such a cluttered horizon like I do, but yeah, so it's I am looking forward to M45 being more present in the early evening. This seems to be doing weird rotation things, but oh, I hope I don't have to restart it. Notice what's happening with this one. This is the stacked version. And this is the preview version. And I need to figure out why. This is one bug that I've run into, but notice it didn't happen on this one, but where it starts oscillating between the preview and the stack, which is kind of annoying. So yeah, I need to get to the bottom of that one, but I'm going to stop this one anyway, because the whole point was to do a little bit of imaging and just so it could horizontally calibrate. And I always do it on a, and also to get the focus locked in and stuff. So stop both of those. Yeah, for both ALP and All Sky. You know that, uh, yes, I can, and I need to. I'd actually, I'd actually thought about doing something a little different tonight, but I'm not set up to do it. But I'll probably do a live stream. I was planning on doing a live observing stream Wednesday. And I thought about doing this during the live observing stream, but maybe, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I might do it during a live observing stream, or I might do it during a, I haven't said what it is, but I was going to, anyway, I don't know when I'll do it. But what I was thinking of doing is I've been promising an updated Raspberry Pi image. And I even went so far as to, I was starting to I had, hold on. I had even gone so far as where I had this up in a tab as a reminder to myself that I need to redo this. And like the last time I updated it was almost 2 months ago. And really what I need to do is automate it. But in the meantime, I was thinking to force myself to do it, I'll do it live. But I'm not set up to do it today, unfortunately. But what I was going to do is I was going to move my mini PC that I actually have been building the images on, and I was going to use that as the computer. So I'll have the web browser because it's got a full desktop. It's a Linux desktop machine, so I'd have the full Linux desktop environment on it, but I would also build the image and do that on the live stream, and that way, kind of, I'd force myself to do it. So I don't know if I'll do it on a live observing stream, or maybe I'll do it on a separate live stream. Because I wasn't going to do I didn't want to do back-to-back live observing streams, but then I was like, well, maybe I'll do it on, anyway, I'll let you know. But I should do it. It should be possible to do it. And I was also going to include something else called Cockpit, which is kind of, there's a number of different projects out there that let you manage servers. cPanel was one of them. There's some other ones where you could manage a Linux server from a web interface. And one of the newer, more modern, but also kind of clean ones is Cockpit. And I was going to build Cockpit into the image, so that way, after you do an update to Seestar Alp, if the update died, or if it had an issue and the service wouldn't start, you'd be able to see the logs and other stuff from a web interface without having to go SSH into the machine. Anyway, so I might live stream it tomorrow. I might do it Wednesday, but I'll live stream it as a way to force me to do it. Anyway, long answer. Yes, I need to do that, and it should be possible. Live view updates are great. Thanks. They've been more stable for me, and they also shouldn't saturate your bandwidth like the old one. So maybe that's also related, because it's not like doing all this work. Yeah. Raspberry Pi, yeah, maybe. Yeah, honestly, okay. I had thought about breaking it out into 2 images, having one with just Seestar Alp and then kind of the works image. And the works image is probably the one that I'll actually personally run. And so, yeah, it would have All Sky, ALP, Raspberry Pi, Cockpit. Yeah. Temp humidity sensor. Yeah, do it. Yeah, I'll do it. you know, there has been actually. So before my telescopes are idle. I need to fix this. Um, so what should I image? Um, maybe I'll just actually for a test. Maybe I'll point them both at the same target and just see because the one on the right has more of an issue with what do you call it? Not an issue, but it has more noise on the dark frame. So it would be interesting to see the SNR for both of them. So what I am going to do is I was doing this kind of another time where I wasn't when I didn't have a live stream, I think, where I had basically both telescopes in live view and I just kept that. And then I had this one in federated mode. So then I could send commands like, or what in this case, what I'm going to do is schedule an image of IC 5146. And I'm not going to go too crazy with this one. I'm just going to do it for 30 minutes. Let's call it 30 minutes. And so this is in federation mode, and let me start it. And what it should do then is push this schedule to both telescopes. And did that actually do anything? Oh, I guess it did. Yep, it went ahead and did. So now it's working on going to the target. Yeah, Webman's another one. Yeah, so oh, and Chris makes that, hey, how's it going? Thanks for joining. I'm just kind of getting started. I'm digressing. I'm distracting myself is what I'm doing. No, it's all good. No, like we had talked, there was a discussion at some point amongst, I don't remember, it was on some Discord server about it wasn't about having a external humidity sensor. It was about, I think, looking up the weather for that, for your location and looking at the dew point and the temperature, at least the, the point cast kind of one. Now, it wouldn't be as accurate, obviously, but at least then if the temperature was starting to get towards the dew point, we were talking about, well, just have it automatically engage the dew heater. But it would definitely be more accurate if we had a humidity sensor. And I actually have done, I kind of dabble in different things. And remember, I was talking about my pile of Raspberry Pis. I actually had I was messing around with, this was 3 years ago, some Python code. I mean, it's nothing earth shattering. It was just kind of taking examples out there, and I was reading CO2 sensors and the particulate sensors and yeah, just a bunch of stuff. And like some of, I think this is a UV sensor. What is that one? What is that? What does this sensor do? Yeah, UV sensor. And is this an environmental sensor? Oh, it's an air quality, another air quality sensor. But I'm pretty sure I also was reading a temperature sensor. Anyway, it's using kind of like the Adafruit, kind of their system, which is pretty cheap, and it works well with the Raspberry Pis. And so, yeah, so I'd already written some scripts to kind of work with those. So really, it would be kind of not too difficult to have it read the a humidity sensor on the Raspberry Pi, and then trigger whoa, what is going on with this one? Oh, don't tell me it's flapping again. I think it's flapping. And by flapping, I mean where it's going back and forth between showing the stacked version and the individual frames. So let me go back to kind of back out of the live view for both of these and see if it fixes it. This is a bug that I've run into recently that I need to get to the bottom of. And it was a bug I think I introduced, but I'm not 100% sure why it's doing that. Maybe there's some yeah. Because I changed the way it works internally, where what it had been doing is when it grabbed a stack, it would just kind of grab it as quickly. Like once it had gotten a stack, it would grab the next one. And it worked fine because my wireless network was terrible and it would take more than 10 seconds for it to do that. But once I fixed the network, I still didn't have a problem because I would run 2 telescopes and it would still take about 10 seconds sometimes. But then sometimes it would be faster, or if I was just live viewing one thing, it was definitely updating too fast. And someone on Discord said theirs was updating once a second. So like, I guess their wireless signal was like amazing. So I changed it where when it gets a signal from the telescope, an event saying you've got a new stack, the stack has been updated, either like there was a new successful frame, then it will request the stack. But the way that, like when it requests the subscription or the preview, the continuous preview, I need to see if there's something I need to do to stop the preview, or if it's because I changed the logic, if it's still re-requesting the preview and also requesting the stack. Anyway, I need to look at that because that's annoying. And if this doesn't fix it, I'm going to have to actually restart it, which I had managed to avoid mostly. So the goal would be never to have to restart, because then you lose your schedule, which is another thing that I wanted, that there's been discussion about, you know, like there's pros and cons to doing that. Okay. Okay. So we've got both of them. And it's interesting. This one, they both have the same gain. This one has more frames. This has a better signal to noise ratio though, which, given that this one seemed to have more noise on the dark frame, maybe makes sense. Okay, your version isn't doing that. Maybe, as I've often said, maybe it's a me problem. So that's good. That's good. Maybe I won't waste a lot of time on it. And I need to look to see, because there was some uncommitted code I have that wasn't necessary, I thought. Like I thought, I mean, it was unrelated. It was just some stuff, debugging information, other things that shouldn't have mattered. But maybe there's something in there that does make a difference that I hadn't seen. So this is what? Yeah, so this is a good test. So we've got 2 telescopes, same conditions, same target, about the same number of frames. And this one has slightly fewer frames, but it's got a higher SNR. But this is the telescope that has a much better kind of sensor noise. Let me see if I actually copied it. No, I didn't copy it locally. I should have copied it to the computer, but yeah, but basically it was there was clearly a difference. Yeah, actually, let me It's funny, before the live stream, I had actually thought, I need to get this external SSD and plug it into the laptop just in case. But I couldn't think of a particular reason why I needed to, but this is why I needed to if I wanted to show this information. SNR. But you have, I mean, how many frames have you captured already? But you also have darker skies than I do. So, I mean, the seeing and transparency are decent for me tonight, but it is still not great. Okay, so it's not that much further ahead. I mean, I doubt this will be up into the 330s by then. But we'll see. That actually would be good. So once these get to 69, we'll have to make note of what the SNR is. What's a good SNR number? I don't know. To be honest, I think it might be one of those measures where I see. I don't know. I haven't messed around with this enough. I know Seiko, who was on earlier and may have bounced, was interested in that, and then there was like I think Dylan O'Donnell, somebody did a video about it. I feel like it's kind of maybe useful as actually there's been a few videos about it recently. I feel like maybe it's more of a useful relative measurement, like an SNR that gives you results you like. Maybe that's the target you go for. Yeah. But you have better Bortle. Better Bortle. Easy for me to say. So let me see. Let's see if we could bring this. All right. So, astrophotos. I really need to copy this. I'm going to copy this off this drive. Sorry, I'm just looking for, okay. So this was, oh man, that was not what I wanted to do. Sorry. Unfortunately, the file association on my computer is sometimes a little weird, and so it's trying to fire up this FITS file in GIMP, which is not what I wanted to do. Sorry, so let's exit this, and then, did it actually load? It's not what seems to be taking a while. It wasn't FITS Liberator, it was Quick Fits. I have so many things that read FITS here. Okay, so here is telescope A. So this is kind of the master dark I had made off of, I forget how many frames. I think they were comparable, so, or the same amount, like maybe it was 50 frames, I don't know. And here is the one for the other telescope. So you can see this, the one on the right has a lot more like it's got more of this kind of definitely a lot more noise kind of colored, yeah, hot pixels and all kinds of other stuff going on here. So it's not completely surprising. And it's really strange because it's, it's two sea stars sitting next to each other, but there's differences between the two sensors. Um, like there's definitely some hot pixels, or this one just generally has more noise. Oh, this one's dropped some frames. It hadn't dropped any frames, but then it dropped a bunch. Yeah, I don't know what a Bortle 9 is, what a good Bortle is. But I mean what a good SNR is. I know what a good Bortle is. Anything lower than mine. um so, yeah, so yeah, one thing that's interesting, I think it was this one on the right. In the command screen, there's this you can shut down the telescope or reboot it. And yesterday I had I had been doing some experiments and I decided I wanted to reboot both telescopes. So it's kind of like it's like a computer reboot, and it ends up parking the telescope and the computer restarts. And I had both of them plugged into an external battery bank, and you have the yellow button on the power button, and then you have the red, LED bar on battery. Like if the telescope's on, or if you're charging it, that's on. I rebooted the one, it came up, and it was fine. And so the other one, I waited and waited. It hadn't come up. This one on the right specifically. And so I went outside, and it was the red kind of power charging thing was on, but the power light wasn't on. I mean, the yellow light on the power button wasn't on, so it wasn't running. Like, okay, maybe I accidentally shut it down. I didn't think I had. So I pushed the power button. Nothing. I pushed it a little longer. Nothing. And that red light's, the red charge indicator was on. I unplugged it. So I'm like, okay, maybe there's something weird. Let me unplug it. And the red light stayed on. Like it was still charging. But it wasn't running. And it wasn't charging. Maybe the computer crashed, and so that yellow light goes off. I don't know. But it was strange. And then I'm like, I pushed the power button. It doesn't come on. And that red kind of charging indicator was still on, even though it wasn't plugged in. So I tried it a few times, and then I'm like, there's a cover on the bottom to get to the battery. I actually took off the cover and unplugged the battery, plugged it back in. The charge light was off, powered it up. It was fine. So I don't know. I've had that telescope since last November, and I've never had that happen before. So that was very weird. I'm not sure if other people have run into that. Jackery 100. It says charging, but slowly goes down. I'm plugging back in. It works. So, two things. When you say it's charging slowly, are you saying the Seestar is charging slowly? Or the Jackery is charging slowly? And as far as things turning off, I've had that issue. That's a big problem. I've had that on a lot of things where I was running some very low voltage devices, like not even a Raspberry Pi, but like what was it I was running? I was running a Pico, a Raspberry Pi Pico, like, which is really low voltage. and I had plugged into a power bank and it kept shutting itself off. And so I ended up, was that it? I think that was the one. It was something like that. I ended up having to plug in like an LED light, like just a low, relatively low wattage, like a really low wattage LED light, just to get enough load on it to make it realize that it had a load so it wouldn't shut itself off. And I actually had that with a power station where it was during the hurricane, I think. It was like, I think it was at my mom's. I had it set up and I had just a small load on it. So it was on a big battery and it would have lasted for like days or weeks. It ended up, it was like a remote router or something, and I was like off cellular and it went off. And I'm like, and I realized what it was, that it would shut off after 12 hours. If it, even this big one would shut off after 12 hours if it didn't think it had a load, and the load was so little it just shut off. And I was like, that's annoying. Okay. Now that's weird. Um, Maybe it's like, I guess, are you running a dew heater on it on the S50? And what's the temperature like? And what kind of USB cord do you have? I mean, is it a plugged into like a 1 amp outlet, or is it like a 2.5 amp, like USB? Or are you using, because I think that would make a difference where it's getting, it's detecting voltage coming in, but it's not enough to offset the load. I mean, enough currents coming in. I mean, it detects current coming in, but it's not enough to offset what's going out. Yeah, I haven't had it fail to park, but I thought, yeah. Oh, that's weird. Going into USB storage mode. That's weird. Wild. And you've had the parked arm issue too. Yeah. I mean, yeah, what I would do is like if the Jackery's big enough, if it's like one of those 500 or whatever, 500 watt hours or whatever, I would just put a slightly a load on it, like a little bit more of a load, which is part of the reason why I have these power stations, and I'll have both Seestars and the Raspberry Pi plugged into it, because it's enough load that it won't shut off. It'll be like I've got an actual load. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Sock warmer for the battery itself. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, and if it's cold, you might be having um additional issue. I mean, that might be making it worse. Um, yeah, I mean that might. I mean, the batteries don't usually run as efficiently when they're cold, and then like, yeah, it could be pulling more. But yeah, well, usually when I've had the auto off stuff, I just end up plugging something else in to try to boost the power that's coming off. Um, the other issue I ran into with my Raspberry Pi actually is the USB outlet didn't run enough clean power to prevent the Pi from getting under voltage errors, because the All Sky camera software picks up on it and will say you're having under voltage issues. So I actually run my All Sky camera off AC, the AC brick that's plugged into the power station. So that really is pulling more than the minimum. But I had stability issues when I plugged it just into USB. Now, both of my Seestars are plugged into USB, but they're not pulling. I mean, I don't have a Jackery, but they're not pulling. Oh, I totally missed. Wow. Jovi said he had 320 SNR at 69 frames, and we're way past that, and we're not at that. It seems like it's kind of flattened off. I feel like this one's been at 267 for a while. I feel like this one's been in the 240s for a while. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. That's I mean, there's always that, an extension cord. And you can even leave you can even leave what do you call it? You can even leave hold on. You can even leave extension cords out. I mean, I've left them out in the rain. I've also gotten these kind of plastic boxes to like if you have two cords plugged together that, or you can get like what do you call it? Like a weatherproof box for like a power strip. Like people use it for holiday decorations, like Christmas lights, Halloween lights, whatever. Where you have the extension cord, it goes into a weatherproof box. You plug in your other outlets into it. The cords go through kind of a gasket kind of thing for the cord. So you could have something like that. So you could string the cord out and just kind of leave it most of the time, and then just have a brick that you then set up and plug in. That would work. Hello, hello, Hein. C 2024 S1? C 2024 S1. A new comet. Very new comet. Just discovered very recently, like less than 2 weeks ago. Nice. Where is that? I'll have to look at that. So SNR 333 at 131 stacked. Let's see where we are. So 268, 242 with just around 100 stacked. So I think, again, you win, Jovi. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if that's the case, yeah, I would. If I was having to redo it, I'd probably have like a USB brick plugged into an extension cord and then have the extension cord running down to the ground level so I can plug and unplug it from ground level. Because yeah, otherwise I wouldn't want to have to climb up on the roof every time I needed to kind of convince it that it needs to reconsider some things. You would think the SNR would improve over time, but so far this doesn't feel like it's almost kind of flatlined here. Now that said, maybe for this specific target, it's diminishing returns because it's a relatively compact target, and other than that, it's just stars. So maybe we should try this experiment again with another target. What were you doing, Jovi? What target? Was it Iris, you said? For some reason, I've been uploading my data. Then from phone to the computer, for some reason, my computer cannot see my Seestar. Now, when you say it can't see it, is it, are you trying to, is this with Seestar Alp, or are you trying to browse the, kind of the file share? No, 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 no. I mean, I'm I'm not I'm not complaining. No, I mean, I know what skies I have. It is pretty funny though when Seiko I think is like Bortle 1 or 2, and when I shared this hour-long exposure I'd taken of M31, I got a message back saying, "I'm sorry." After they looked at my image, because it was so like uh yeah. Actually, do I have it? Let me see if I have it here, because it was pretty funny. It was funny, but not funny, you know. Um, let's see. Iris Nebula. Okay, great. Oh, great, great. I'm glad you're able to stack. I need to come up with a new video. I need to do another video with kind of a more automated way of doing it. I mean, to be fair, the manual way, like you end up spending most of the time you end up spending just waiting for it to do its thing. But there are, yeah, no, but I'm glad you're getting great results. Yeah, Portal 1 too. Yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah, a kind of a more remote area, needless to say. Okay, just the file share. That's really weird. Is it a Windows or Mac? Because like the method they would use to see that, like they tend to use all the same method, unless there's some setting on your computer that's very strange. It's very strange. Do you have evidence? Okay, Windows. Okay. Okay. Yeah, good night, Jovi. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it. 100 frames, 277 SNR. Yeah. Maybe I think I'll try Iris Nebula. Well, and it's good because I put both of these on a schedule and the schedule just ended. So I'll do Iris Nebula and I'll do the 30-minute test again. So this is the final result. Got a total of an hour of data between the two telescopes. Well, not quite, but um, it was running for an hour cumulatively. So let's go look at, let's do a schedule. Actually, what I need to do is I probably need to go and clear these schedules. It's one thing, because my workflow is a little quirky, where where I do a target at a time instead of batching up things. So let's do, what is the Iris Nebula? Actually, let's go look at the handy dandy planning page, which I haven't pulled up today. So Iris Nebula, and okay, but what is it? NGC 7023. Okay, cool. I just wanted the name of it. Even though it could have looked up just the Iris Nebula, obviously. But I like it saving it with the NGC names, all things being equal. So I'll do 30 minutes again, and I'm going to use the light pollution filter because I think it's a combination of reflection and emission. So I'm going to just start with that. And is that right? Okay, submit it, and then I'm going to start that. And then it should show up on each one of these. Started. Neat. So now I can go to live view on both. And we'll see what, if we get past 300 SNR on this. We shall see. Yeah. Yeah, if you plug in the Seestar with the USB, it should show up as a drive. Yeah, that I don't understand why it doesn't see it on the network. I can't see the iris. unless I move the scope to the back of the yard. Yeah. Yeah, shockingly, it's in my skies, even though I have such limited visibility, um the kind of it's generally a not a narrow strip, but it's narrow, it's more of an east-west strip. I mean, not east, west, north, south, but the Iris Nebula is in that strip. Oh, barely. Yikes. Well, that might be iffy. We'll see if I even get a half an hour out of it because it's getting right close to the meridian, and then before long it'll be obstructed. So hopefully this won't be a debacle. Given that it's already done 3 plate solves, it might already be too late. Dang it. So yeah, dang houses. Yeah, I don't understand why it wouldn't be visible from the computer. Cat's fat paw. Cat's paw. Let me look that up. See if it's 6334. But the problem is again, those dang skies. Oh yeah, no. Nope. Nope. Totally obstructed. Oh well. Actually, let me look that up. Maybe it's something that I could try on a different night. So that's right now. But like an hour ago, would it have been visible 2 hours ago? Would it have ever been visible? No. See, I've got this area between two houses where I can go fairly low, but even then it's lower than that. So unfortunately, that's not something I can do for my backyard. Kind of a drag. Yeah. Speaking of observing things, right now it's actually somebody. Yeah, 13 degrees. Yeah, it's too low for me, but that's cool. What does that even look like? Um, of course, I need to turn on the right catalog. I think I've seen this one. I don't know why sometimes it takes a while to load all the frames. Oh yeah. The one that looks like a literal cat's paw. Nice. Cool. Like the pads on a cat's paw. That's cool. Yeah, it's a paw print. That's that's cool. I've seen photos of it, but I think I vaguely recall looking into this before, but it's just not even possible. So I need to go back to looking at that comment that was mentioned just a few minutes ago. But speaking of the other comet, that 2023 C2023, whatever. Uh, I've seen some interesting photos recently of it from early morning skies from different places, but it should be kind of getting into the evening sky in like next week, in the next few days. And so next week, or is it later this? Yeah, not like early next week, or um, so that supposedly it's going to be clear here, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to. If I can see, I can't see to the west, so I'm going to have to go somewhere else, I think, to try to get a photo of it, like drive somewhere. Um, Hopefully not too far where I have a clear western horizon um, to try to photo it. Well, yeah, the 12th of October. Yeah, but I mean, this is like the digital whatever survey, sky survey. So, um, but I mean, it doesn't. Oh, okay, it actually does show up on this one, but that's cool. Yeah, roof the scopes. You know, years ago I had done some stuff with like I wasn't doing ham radio stuff, but I was doing kind of messing around with long distance radio um, in unlicensed bands. Long story, but I had actually, you know, uh, I was looking at those like the news trucks, you know, where they have they would have kind of a tall telescoping uh, kind of boom with a dish on it, so probably like a microwave link back to the station if they were kind of in an outlying area. Um, and I was like, yeah, or just thinking about it, I could, you know, mount a telescope to that, and then I could just like, or one of those, what is it, like telescoping flagpoles that you crank up flagpole. You just put it on there and then just crank it up, and then I can get it above roof level. Probably not the most stable though. Um, that would be pretty funny. Let me zoom out on here. Actually, so I was going back to see if I have the M31 comparison. I'm trying to see, is that it? No. No, I mean, I'm trying to, not M31, M33. I'm trying to see if I can find the M33. So, yeah. So this is a bust. The Iris Nebula is behind a building. So, oh well. Let's go to something else. Let's try something else. Yeah, that would be cool. Oh, yeah. See, I'm not a ham. I got like the let me point this at some. Let me point something like this. I had a friend in college who was he'd given me some of the books for the tests back then, and I think it was when they were doing like they had first made the technical license really easy, and I actually anyway, I ended up with like a series of books, including going all the way, the ones all the way through to advanced ham license. I forget what it was. Anyway, it was, I had a whole bunch of them, and I actually was like going through some of them. I should go ahead and do it one of these at some point. um, because I may have been doing some things that were kind of pushing the boundaries of what you're supposed to do unlicensed without without a ham license. Um, like you're supposed to only you have well maybe they don't care about it as much now, but it was like the unlicensed what do you call it? Not unlicensed stuff that isn't FCC yeah, FCC certified or whatever. And you shouldn't take an FCC certified system and make certain kinds of modifications and amplifications on it if the system itself combined hadn't been FCC certified. Like stuff like that. You could, a person could kind of start coloring outside the lines really quickly without necessarily intending to. Yeah, yeah. It was when they dropped Morris from the technical license, I think, and he was encouraging me to do it, and he walked around with one of those I don't even know, like a handy talkie, what is it, something like that. Anyway, he was really into it. But he was trying to convince me, and yeah, handheld. He had like a little handheld. And I've known so many people over the years, and it's one of those things where like the Venn diagram of my interests in ham radio, a lot of ham radio kind of things, not necessarily ham radio, people who are into ham radio, but specifically the ham radio, the things ham radio that'll do like anyway, equipment wise and testing things and, you know, anyway, a variety of things. There is some overlap between what I was doing. So it made a lot of sense to do it. And actually just recently, and this may finally prompt me because like there was someone else that was on one of the Discord servers that had the ham license and another astronomy channel. And I was like, it kind of brought back stuff. And I actually started looking at it recently, but I need to just do it. Yeah. 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 And see, yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, for me, it was purely, I mean, I generally, I don't work, as I always say, I don't work in hardware. I only do software. Like, I was in the office, somebody asked me if I knew how to use our coffee machine. I said, I don't know. That's a hardware issue. But no, I, I do tinker around with, hardware at home. And I guess like some of the things I was doing, I was like, I really should, or I wasn't able to do as much as I wanted to do. Well, I wanted to do it and I wanted to do it legally, like having to do with amplification of Wi-Fi signals, for example. Like there were restrictions, for like unless you had a license. Um, so what target? So we established I cannot see iris. Let's find something that I can do a comparison with SNR. I did the IC 5146. I could do NGC 281 again, Pac-Man Nebula. You know what? Let me do, see it was the thing I was talking about with, like the longer you image it, you get more of kind of the background nebulosity. Let me see what, like where the elephants, dang it. Why is this? Why am I having elephant trunk? Okay, no, that's kind of pushing it, so I'm not going to do that one. The wizard. No, I don't want to do the wizard. What was the one I was thinking of? Yeah, that's true. That's true. 30 minutes a block. Let's see, what time is it? It's still relatively early. Yeah, the problem is I'd want to do a 3x2. So that'd be 6 panels, which would be, wait, 6 panels, half an hour a panel. That would be an hour and a half elapsed. That would be doable. Yeah, do I go ahead and do that? I mean, I'm going to have some other clear nights, so. And you know what, the visibility might be, the conditions might be better for another one of those signal and noise tests on another night. So maybe I start on the mosaic. Because right now, actually, seeing is above average and transparency is above average. And if I did it again Wednesday, transparency will be excellent. Because we have a cool front coming through, kind of in the next 24 hours or so. Yeah, so maybe I do that test on Wednesday. Although I'll be dealing with more moon at that point. I'll do it Wednesday. I'll do Andromeda right now. I'll do Andromeda. Yeah. I'll just do I'll do 6 panels with Andromeda and 20 minutes a panel, I think. But let me use our handy dandy planning page that he's not online, but Joe V did it. Joe V made this. Um, okay. I'm so sorry. That sucks. So we're gonna do M31, and I'm gonna see what a 3 by 2, but I'm gonna do, because I'm doing alt azimuth and not equatorial, I'll do 50% overlap. And so this looks plausible. It doesn't get like all of the outer areas, but it gets the point across. So I think that'll be decent, especially for the amount of time I'm doing it. So yeah, the planning page is awesome. It's and this is, like I say, Jovi did this, did it a fantastic job. He added more stuff where you can shut off kind of the different panels. This was very recently. I don't know if I actually demoed that, but so I have the other, like before I had commented out the panels. So I went ahead and oh, this actually does animation now. Oh, that's cool. Didn't know it animated. But yeah, so I shut off the panels that I don't use. He also made a change where now the time, it was in UTC, now it's in your local time, which in my case is UTC -5. And he also very recently added this add to schedule, which pops up all the coordinates already filled out. Now, one thing I'm going to do is I'll do 3 by 2. So and it's all pre-filled, 50% overlap. And I'm going to split the mosaic across multiple Seestars because I can. And so the total exposure time is going to be, do I want to do the full? If I do it's 6 panels. So if I do 3 hours total time, it should be half an hour per panel. Yeah, I'll try. Maybe, but if I do 20 minutes, that'll be 2 hours. So I'll try 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I want to. Yeah. Good. I haven't actually this functionality of being able to send it to the schedule was added recently. I haven't actually used this part. I've played around with it, but I haven't used it in the field, as it were. Yeah, no, it was a very recent. It kind of slid in there. Jovi, I think it was over the weekend. He added it. Like one of the things I had mentioned was, I mean, for me, the UTC was kind of a bit frustrating because like I'd have to think of the time and I was kind of messing it up. So that was like a trivial change, but I didn't also realize that as part of that he had built this. I mean, I ended up merging the PR, but I was at the pull request and I was looking at it and I was like, oh, and so I had seen the code, so I knew it was in there, but it just kind of like, if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't have seen that it had gone in. But yeah, it's like it's out there now. But I think as of earlier this week or the weekend, like Sunday, it was within the last 4 days or so. Yeah, I forgot. I try to always demo new features on the stream for you all, but let's see if this works. Oh, darn it. let me clear this because it still had the other thing on the schedule. Darn it. So let's go back. Luckily it's easy enough to go back in. And actually, let me go look at each one of these, make sure they have clear schedules. Good. Okay, so M31. I guess that's starting to get kind of low, but I guess it depends on your skies, and I guess it depends on your skies. And then let's do 3 and go 2 and change to, and Jovi has like a list of other things he's planning on adding. So this is certainly like there's, I don't even remember, but there's certainly more goodness to come. And I like how this is done, where it's like, my thought was, oh well, maybe we just bounce it to the other screen, and then you have to, and then it pre-fills stuff. But I really like the way he did this, where it just kind of does a pop-up. It's very clean. And it's all pre-filled, everything you need except just the session time, really. So I'm going to do 2 hours, and then I'll hit submit. And so I still have to start the schedule, and it should be, oh, darn it. No, stop. Stop. I think I messed up. That's fine. Okay, stopping. Stop. Stopped, clear. Stopped, clear. What I meant to do. Was it they say third time's the charm? Third time's the charm. What I meant to, I think what I did is I forgot the second time to split it. So we'll do M31, 3x2, 50% overlap. Looks good. Let's do it split across telescopes. Now, luckily, it actually remembered my time, so that should be good. 2 hour, but the split mosaic across multiple Seestars, that was what I forgot this most recent time. So now you can see the check there. I noticed it wasn't checked, which is why I realized I'd made a mistake. So I'll start that, which now should see it's propagated to each one. And you notice it pre-filled out the panels. So it's doing 1, 1, 2, 1, and 3, 1. And it's doing 1, 2, 2, 2, and 3, 2 on this telescope. And so I should be able to go live view and live view. Yeah, no, I don't, I think it just depends on the target and your conditions. And yeah, I mean, and also, like for deep sky, I wouldn't go too low. But for things where you kind of have to go low, like a comet, you know, I would go as low as I need to go. Yeah, I think 15 plus. I mean, around here, it's so, the conditions are so terrible, I probably go higher than that. Yeah. Yeah, the conditions. Okay, so this is cool. I can already see part of it here. And then still plate solving. Cool. You know, I don't know about planet imaging, but I'd actually seen something that solar observing, not at the horizon, but it can be better in the morning before the sun gets too high. Like maybe not that low, but maybe like you might think, oh, maybe when it's straight overhead, you want to do it. I think when it's maybe 45 degrees or whatever, maybe in the first maybe a couple hours after sunrise, because I guess the ground heating, like it's not as turbulent in the atmosphere from the sun itself, and so you can get better imaging of the sun. 30 degrees for deep sky objects. Yeah. 0 to 5. Yeah, I don't know what the practical limit is for. Now is this still, it's still plate solving. That's not very encouraging. Let me take a sip of water. Like, why is this one still plate solving? And to be honest, for me, it's more of a theoretical thing because I can't see that close to the horizon anyway. So yeah, it's not a problem I've had to deal with, or not a problem, not something I've had the been able to even worry about. Is this? It's doing it again. This one's doing this one again. So I'm gonna shift away from this because it's doing that flapping thing. Now why is it? Why is this plate solve failing? Oh, lovely. Ah, great. We already lost one panel. The first one didn't plate solve, so it just went on to the next one. Well, that's unfortunate. And this is supposedly the one that isn't as janky. Maybe what I should do, you know what? Maybe I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to cancel it. It's canceled. Oh no, that worked. What I was going to do, what I was thinking is maybe I should increase the gain, because maybe that'll help with the plate solving. Like maybe there weren't enough stars in that area to plate solve. Yeah. Yeah, solar is better in morning than afternoon. Yeah, because I was doing some tests with my. I mean, I oftentimes I would do it midday, just because the sun is behind buildings until mid morning anyway. But I found when I did it right at mid morning, or like right as soon as I could, like the image was a lot more stable. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Near the horizon, you don't generally have to deal with that as much. I'm kind of frustrated that this it missed a panel already, but at least it's getting it now. So let me go back to the live view on this one. So um, I ate some salty food before a salty dinner, so I'm like very thirsty. Maybe not the best move. Oh, this is looking nice. I mean, clearly this is M31, so that's good. What would be cool is if we had like some kind of indicator of what panel it's working on, like a little visualization. The signal noise ratio is infinite. That's awesome. The sig- I'll have to tell Jovi that tomorrow. That oh yeah, my signal to noise ratio went infinite. I think there might be a bug. I'm just going out on a limb there, but yeah, I'll have to look at that, because I don't think that I don't I'm going out on a limb. I don't think that's correct to have infinite signal to noise. Let me see. Let me see, where'd the image? Did it end up on screen? Oh, it did go over there. I want to share with someone the evidence that I had infinite signal to noise. Let's see. Hold on. New window. Desktop. Okay. Okay. Hey, give me a sec. Okay. Okay. It finally gave a realistic number. 99. That's pretty dismal compared to this other one. It's weird. Anyway, someone had mentioned very briefly, and I don't see them. I don't know if they're in the chat right now. Let me see. No, I don't see them in. But someone had mentioned this this comet, which was just discovered. It's 13th magnitude, and it's in Hydra. I wonder if. Nope, nope, nope. Stop. Did not want to do that. What I want to see is if this is actually, because I have Stellarium set up, but I don't know if it automatically grabs new stuff or if I have to tell it to. I mean, this is a pretty new one. Oh, wait. S1. No, it's not in there yet. It's up to J. L. It's up to L. How do I update the catalog? I think it's is it a plugin? Plugins. Is it, what was it under? I always forget where it's under. Solar System Editor? Asteroids and comets. Okay, okay. I think this is it. Solar System. Is that how I did it? Did I actually load this in manually? Oh, I can just, okay, good. Import comets, download from the interwebs. Which list do I want to get it out of? Diomiter, let's see, comets. Where should I get it from? I don't know the difference of any of these lists, but I will try. Okay, and let's see. Let's see, is 2004 in here? 2024. S. Oh yeah, it's in there. Okay, so I'm gonna add that. Just add this object. Just add one object, and then go back and back out, and let's find out where this is. Okay. There we go, S1 Atlas. It is there. So let me, okay, so is that ever going to be visible to me? Let me see. Sorry, date time. Let me resize this window a little bit more. Oh, wait, yeah, it's minus 15, so theoretically Wait, where's the horizon? Okay, yeah. So it would actually, it's actually, I mean, it's 13th magnitude, so it's, I mean, it's, you could image it with the Seestar. Yes. Thank you for for mentioning that. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't, and if you feel like you know, joining channel membership or Patreon. I know I haven't pushed that. Um, and right now I don't. I do sometimes send messages directly to supporters infrequently, but it does help the channel. But just your likes and your subscribes help as well. Um, and also starting tomorrow is Amazon Prime Day, and I only mention it because sometimes you can pick up good deals on. I'm going to be looking to see if there's any, stuff from my wish list, my astronomy wish list that's on sale. Um, I might, uh, I might drop in. Do I have it handy? Let me see if I have it handy. Um, sorry. Um, I'm like, oh yeah, here. Yeah, yeah. It's if you if you find anything on Prime Day that you want to purchase, if you follow this affiliate link for Amazon, I might get a small commission at no cost to you. So the usual spiel that is FTC mandated. Um, but yeah, so like morning sky before sunrise, this would be visible. I mean, it's 13th magnitude. It's not visible with the naked eye, but you could take a person if you wanted to take um, a photo of this comet that was only very recently discovered, like 2 weeks ago. Um, I do like this website, and I'll include a link to this um, in the chat. But it's very what did I just link? I linked a live chat. No, delete. Sorry about that. Um, hello. Where can I? Hold on. Hold on. Uh, give me a sec here. Um, I don't even know what that message was that I just pasted in. But what I was trying to paste in is this. Let me see. Okay. So this is that comet information. Um, one thing I like about this site, sorry, it's kind of cool because this is neat. It actually tells you the alt azimuth for your location. I haven't let it tell me where I am. This is for Greenwich. Um, Greenwich, England, not Greenwich, Connecticut. But it's constantly updating the kilometers, which I thought was cool. Just like on the that other one, the what was it, 2023? Which one is it? I like the touch of it. A3. I don't know why. Hello, why is it? No, no. Clearly, this is confused. So I'll try. No. I hate it when I have like. Comet C 2023. Problem is my browser tries to help me sometimes, and I don't want it to help me. This. Okay. I do like the touch of where it constantly updates the distance from Earth. So this one's getting closer. The close point's going to be on the 12th. But this other one, this 2024 S1, I wonder when, is this going to be getting closer, or is this just a new one? I mean, it's so new. What are the parameters, or what's this gonna go? Comet 24 S3. Actually, let me double check my, sorry. So this is still on the same panel. It's going to do 20 minutes, so it's almost there. This is up to 17 minutes, so they'll both be going to the next panel. The next, like this one in just over 5 minutes. This one in just over 2 minutes. So what is it about this comment? No, not S. No, that's not what I searched for. I Googled for something else, and it's like ignoring me. And it's like, no, you mean 2021 S3. No, I don't. I mean 2024 S3. Anyway, oh well. But that is interesting. I want to know more about this one, this 2024 S1, because somebody cryptically mentioned that in the chat and then didn't elaborate on it. I don't think they added anything else to it, but I am kind of, yeah, I mean, it's tiny. The coma's 2 arc minutes. And it's actually 13th magnitude, so that should be easy to pick up with the Seestar with enough of an exposure. Oh, so this one, oh, it was discovered at perihelion? This 2024 S3? Oh, because it was like from the Atlas. Well, then it's on its... Well, it's getting closer to Earth. Is it going away from the sun? I don't know anything about this. Didn't, yeah, because I'm curious about this one. Is this something that's gonna get brighter, or is it kind of on its way out? If it was discovered at perihelion. I mean, it's still. Oh, okay, okay. It's on its way in. Awesome. Is this the one that's going to be the sun grazer? Basically, it's. I mean, even now it would be you'd be able to image it with the Seestar. I mean, 13th magnitude. Even I can image that. It's just not visible in the at this moment. It would be in the morning before sunrise. I could image it. And maybe that's what I need to do one of these days. Have I mean, I'm not necessarily going to do an early morning live stream, although I could. I mean, even if people don't catch it in North America, people elsewhere could. What is wrong with my hair? What happened up there? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm curious about this one. Definitely curious about this one. Like, how bright is it going to get? How close are we going to get to it? Of course, is it comets? No, I don't want. Oh wow, 1.3 magnitude, 10 to 20 degrees. Wow, that's 10 to 20 degree tail. Huh. October 9th. Because of forward scattering. Scattering. Okay. Um. Thanks for joining Dark Shades. Have a good night and clear skies to you too. And hello, good evening, Wiley Sight. Welcome to the stream. Um. Did you change your avatar, or is it the same one? It's the same one, I guess. Maybe. Um. But yeah, this 2024 S3. I always forget 20. Okay. Different than Discord, but same as usual. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, it shows up like I can't see it here, but I don't have like a good view of the on streams view, but I can see it over on a monitor I have kind of stuffed in the corner. Yeah, nice. Uh so the C 2024 is S3 is intriguing, but it's not in this list. Um, Comets C 2024 S3. Let me put that on quotes. Okay, pan stars. No, this can't be. I'm confused. Um, or is it S1? It was S. Was it S1? Sorry. Why you suddenly need to see two? New comet could be bright enough to see during the day. What? What? Whoa. So it was a comet that was discovered uh, a week and a half ago. No, so this is something somebody cryptically dropped this in chat and then like didn't say anything more, and so I was kind of meaning to circle back onto it during the stream, and it's this C 2024 S1 that was just discovered on September 27th, and it's it's a sun grazer. Many do not survive. Uh, it's supposed to get close to the sun on the 28th. Um, the last similar one was Comet Lovejoy in 2025. Oh, wow. Look at that. Dang. Wow. That's impressive that it's showing up on this on the Soho satellite. This was the one from 2021. Wow. So its closest approach to Earth will be on October 23rd in the south. It'll be visible in the southern hemisphere. On the 28th, it'll be the closest point to the sun. It might reach magnitude minus 8.3 as it approaches the sun. So at that brightness, like the sun could almost be up. I mean, the sun could be pretty close to being up and you'd be able to see it, which would be amazing. Yeah, because like the moon's only minus 3.9 and you can usually see that pretty low. Wow. So towards the end of the month, something to really keep an eye out for, a sun grazer. And like this article says, most of the sun grazers are not discovered until like a month before. I added it to the chat, the link to this article. So that is fascinating. So we might have two great comets this month. Well, that would be exciting. A year ago we had a year ago in North America we had a partial well, at least in this part, we had a fairly deep partial solar eclipse, and it was annular across part of the US. I mean, it was an annular eclipse last October. So to have two bright comets in 1 month, that would be awesome. Well, and we have like this, catastrophic. I hope nobody has. I hope if anybody is in Florida or has family in Florida, they're in a safe place, because that, speaking of the end of the world, like that hurricane that's spun up in the is crazy. I mean, it yeah, super strong. But yeah, what would be the signs of the apocalypse? Yeah, who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe what else? What else happened recently that I was like, isn't this? I mean, we've got the storms, got the comets. Actually, maybe I was thinking of the comets, because like those were what was it? They used to be omens. What was it in what was it, Shakespeare? Was it in Julius Caesar? Don't ask me why I know that. Maybe I don't. I don't even know how to spell Shakespeare. Comets. Was it Julius Caesar? No. No. I mean, that wasn't exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah, I don't know. Oof. That's not, I mean, I hope they're in London, or, yeah, evacuating. Let's see. Yeah, it was, what was it? Was it in Julius Caesar? Yeah, it was. It wasn't Julius Caesar. When beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes. I know Shakespeare, so that was, either that or it's the end of the world. I don't know. Take your pick. Yeah. I mean, whatever the local authorities say, they said, because this is never happened. I mean, it's better to get to a safe spot and be wrong than stay put and be wrong. But yeah, comet. That's kind of interesting. Well, I still have PTSD. I mean, the stuff I was reading about what's already happening in Florida, it gave me PTSD from Rita, Hurricane Rita, which it was the year of Katrina. I'm not going to go into the details. I don't want to. I've been thinking about it too much anyway, but it was a few weeks after Katrina, and it spun up to like a category 5. And mind you, it was 5 years ago. Sorry, Cosmic Ray. They're here. It's just I was looking up a comment and then I got sidetracked about the end of the world. um, is this one switching panels? Oh, is it in that flapping mode again? I'm doing a mosaic of Orion of Andromeda Galaxy M31, but just a relatively simple one. Why is this? Is this doing that again? Basically, it gets in this mode where it switches between the live view. Yeah, see, this is switching between the live view and the preview, so I need to switch off that. I did watch part of it. I didn't watch. I had started watching some of it, and then I got sidetracked by something else. Actually, I think I was sidetracked by my own stuff, and then I went back, and I mean, I wasn't live streaming, but I was like testing some things out, and then I watched the tail end of it. I had been watching it before I kind of dropped in the chat and said hi, because I saw you in the chat, and then I when I was like really focused on it, I said hi. But yeah, I need to I'm going to go back and rewatch that. Thanks for mentioning that to me. It was another astronomy live stream. The guy, he has I think the Cosmic Ray said he's in Connecticut, but he has a remote telescope in Arizona. So, and then he has like an all sky camera and stuff. So it's like, this is like 80 miles outside of Phoenix. So skies are reasonably dark there. But yeah, so Wiley side, it was giving me PTSD about Rita when, the problem is it was too close after Katrina, and so like it was chaotic. Like several million people left Houston because I mean the tracks weren't as good back then. I mean that was almost 20 years ago. That was 19 years ago. But it was a category 5 and it was heading not towards Houston, but towards Freeport, which is south of here, which is like Houston's worst case scenario, is a strong hurricane hitting Freeport area. And I feel like that hurricane that hit us this year was a category 1 and it hit kind of that area. And you see what kind of damage that did to Houston, where like several million people lost power for like a week. So I can't even imagine what a category 4 or 5 hitting that was there. So people freaked. I mean, because like Katrina was still like the aftermath. People were still dealing with that, and so like it was. If you don't remember it, if you look it up, it was just chaotic. Anyway, looking at what people are doing in Florida was kind of reminding me of that, because like you have to take it seriously. I mean, that said, in Florida, the biggest problem is going to be, like in the Tampa area, is going to be storm surge. But the wind could be very bad too. And anyway, but yeah. Yeah, so okay, he has a 10-inch Mead with a Hyperstar. That's nice. Very nice. That would be something. I wasn't thinking of a 10-inch, but I one my aspiration. It's not quite an aspirational scope, but one of my aspirational near-ish term scopes. In other words, not like total blue sky, would be something like an 8-inch with a Hyperstar. Yeah, no, that's no. I mean, I went to a wedding in St. Petersburg in 2019, December of 2019. It was the second to last trip I did before COVID. I'm having all kinds of cheerful subjects tonight. I need to stop. But yeah, anyway, I drove around that area. Um, well, I didn't drive. I was Ubered around that area, and I was yeah, so around St. Petersburg and stuff, and like I was on in St. Petersburg, and yeah, so I saw the layout of that, and yeah, I mean they're talking about a 15-foot storm surge now up to, but I mean they did. I don't know if it's changed, but it could go. It could be worse. It could be better, but it could be worse. And they said if it weakens, the storm surge could end up being worse because then the wind field gets bigger. Anyway. Oh, yeah. It has weakened a little bit on max wind speed, but that might be because it's interacting with the Yucatan. But like if it were me, I would have, yeah, I wouldn't hang around for that. And the problem is then if you wait too long, then you get stuck. Yeah, like I say, all kinds of cheery topics tonight. Um, 46 degrees with 99% humidity. Yikes. Here it is not like that. It is actually, we're supposed to get a cool front through, but it's 78 degrees right now. And I don't know what dew point is 63, so it's 60% humidity, which is actually really dry for us. It was 91 today, but then we're going to have lows around low 60s starting Wednesday. So that's that front where I was saying it's going to kind of make the conditions maybe a little bit better. So I'm probably not going to do a live stream. I'm not going to do a live observing stream tomorrow, but I probably will on Wednesday. I think I'm going to do, I might do a live stream tomorrow, or I have to figure it out, but I resolve to you, or I resolve. Anyway, I pledge that I'm going to build that Raspberry Pi image, and I'll do it on a live stream, whether it's a live observing stream or just a standalone stream, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I'd do it part of me doesn't want to do it as a normal standalone stream, like on the channel, like maybe do an unlisted or a members only stream. Not that, yeah, we'll see. That's a good point, an eyeball replacement, because I remember them saying it was due for that, and that's not necessarily great either, because if it's doing an eyeball replacement and then it's going to be back over the open Gulf tomorrow. Anyway, yeah, I wouldn't hang around. Yeah. Although they did say, it seemed like it was going to have more unfavorable conditions. It wouldn't be until like Wednesday that it would really have the unfavorable conditions. So what bothers me is, or what would bother me is, I was looking at models. Like I look at this one model and it said 48 hours ago, like midday, it said 48 hours ago. So 48 hours before that, it said 48 hours from then, the storm might be up to 110, 120 mile per hour winds, and it was 180. That would bother me. Like if it overshot the most ambitious model or the most aggressive model, that would trouble me. Just like Helene ended up overshooting a lot of the models. Like they kind of had been dipping like down to category 3 and it hit as a category 4. I mean, the models eventually kind of went up, but 48 hours out, they'd kind of dipped down, or 72 hours out. Like this one was showing it hitting maybe category 4 by tomorrow, and it hit category 5 today. I mean, granted, it broke a record. They wouldn't have necessarily predicted that ahead of time, but that would give me pause for hanging around and finding out. The other thing I have going for me is my wife, after we went through Hurricane Ike, which was a large category 2 in the late 20 knots, she said she'd never do a storm that strong ever again. And Beryl was a category 1, and that was kind of, I mean, we lost power for a week, and we were kind of lucky that it was only a week. Anyway. And that's the other thing, that if you live in an area prone to hurricanes, or any kind of massive storms like that, whether or not you can weather it, it's like the question is, do you want to hang around your area when like literally everything's closed and because of no power and damage, like everything's just shut down? Image something you haven't imaged before. That would be, I sometimes I run out of ideas, so I always am open to suggestions. I know that's kind of a cop out, but let me see. Live. So it's still running. Okay. So I did basically a 6-panel mosaic. A 6-panel mosaic of Andromeda, but only 20 minutes per panel. This one just went to the last panel. And this one, right, wait. Yeah, this one's also on the last panel. So they're both on the last panel. And then we can move on. Dark and smoky. Sounds like a wine or something like that. Dark and smoky. Or a liquor. Dark and smoky. Cognac or something. No, not cognac. Anyway. Center of path, yeah. But I mean, the problem is like the path could shift. If it ends up 100 miles north, but yeah, right over is it. Like I say, I'd rather leave and find out I was wrong than stay and find out I was wrong. Oh, this one already is done. My bad. Yeah, see, because the problem is, for whatever reason, the first panel on this scope completely failed. And so the good thing is, since this one is done, I can go ahead and point this at something else while this finishes up. So what is something dark and smoky I can do? Adding more data to the 3x3. Yeah, I mean, I just did a 3x2, so ginger beer and black rum. I like that. Lion Nebula, Cave Nebula. Yeah, no, thanks for the suggestions. Thanks for the suggestions. Now the question, the $1 million question will be, repeat after me, can he image it? So let me see. Let's undo this. Yeah, so one thing before, I don't know if you were on before Cosmic Ray, there's another comet coming that was very recently discovered. I dropped it in the chat. It's this C2024S1. It's a sun grazer, and towards the end of the month, it could very well be naked eye visible. So two potentially naked eye visible comets this month. So that's kind of exciting. Okay, so Lion Nebula. Oh, it's actually high in the sky. Oh, and it's near Elephant's Trunk. The question is, oh, it's still visible. Okay, let's put a pin in that one. And Cave Nebula. Cave Nebula also good. I could do Cave Nebula for an hour before it rotates out of view. And Lion Nebula. Lion Nebula. I could do for an hour, maybe. I'll try. Let's see what would they look up. Oh, that is cool. Lion Nebula's good. Cave Nebula. Also good. That's an interesting. Which one do I want? So that is 7th. Oh, picked the wrong one. So Cave is 7.7 magnitude. And Lion is not telling me. Okay. So this one has a good dark nebula on it. So that's the Cave. No, sorry. And this one it's got a lot of stars in the field, which is cool. Let me pick, or let me look at that. I don't know. They both look good. I do like all the stars in this field. And this is it's got more dark features, which is interesting, like more contrast. I mean, they're both good. So let's try Cave. So, sorry, I could do this and go, actually, and then this one will be finishing up actually in 12 minutes. So which one was earlier? I'll do both. Which one did I figure? I'll start with Lion. I'll start with Lion on this one, and then I'll start Cave on this one. I'll just go right to the image target. I'm just making sure I'm on the right scope, and then image, and it's SH2132. 2132. Hey, got the coordinates. It said use the light pollution filter. I'm going to actually increase the gain to 150 just because I've been doing that a lot lately, and I'm going to try to, bring out as much as I can. I think I'll just do 45 minutes for this, but I'm doing it at a higher gain just to try. Is that all the coordinates? Is that all the right parameters? Yeah, let's go with that. And then start it. And then I'll go. So the first one I did was Lion. So next I'll do Cave on the other telescope once it's, since I have a little bit more time with this one. So this one will finish up, and I'll point that one at the Cave Nebula. It's doing auto go to. Hopefully it won't keep timing out. I mean, if it repeatedly fails the plate solving, that's always a bad sign. Okay, good. Only 2 plate solves. And the higher, I feel like the higher gain helps, like with the plate solving. So that is just the live view. I might actually have to get another, get more water. Like I said before the live stream, I ended up drinking. I ended up eating something very salty, and now I'm like really thirsty. I'll be right back. Is that stacking? Yeah, looks like it's stacking. Cool. And actually, you can. I mean, it's at least on the screen. I can kind of see some of the red nebulosity. I think. I'll be right back. I was so thirsty. I ended up chugging some of the water and then refilling it again. Yeah, so definitely some nebulosity there. It's also interesting because I can see kind of hints of blue and redder stars, so that's cool. I like targets that have kind of more colorful star fields. Um, Ones that aren't like that are more obviously colorful star fields. And this, oh, is this flapping back and forth again? Where it kind of goes back and forth. Yeah, darn it. Let me, that's a bug I need to fix on the live view. I drank that water so quickly. But yeah, that's a bug on the live view where it'll sometimes show you the preview image and then switch to the stacked image and then go back to the preview image. And so it seems to go like bright and dark where it's kind of interleaving the stack with preview images. So I need to fix that bug. I mean, it's not an insurmountable problem, and it usually clears itself by going off the live view screen and then back. So we'll see if that fixes it. And the one on the right should be done in about 6 minutes. So there we go. Yeah, you can definitely start seeing some of the nebulosity here. Cool. And I'll say again, if you haven't liked the video, please feel free to like it, just because it helps. It does help the channel a lot, and I do appreciate it. But yeah, I'm kind of. It'll be interesting to see how much field rotation this one gets. One thing with this stretch of clear skies I'm going to be having for the next perhaps 10 days or more, I need to. I've also resolved to break down and set up one of the scopes with in equatorial mode, because I think in the case of this target, I have a feeling the field rotation is going to be pretty severe. But we'll see. But yeah, equatorial mode, I wouldn't. Plus, for things like the M31 mosaic, I wouldn't have to overlap not nearly as much, just, 20% instead of 50% overlap. Now this one wasn't, this was the Lion Nebula was, yeah, the Cave Nebula was the one that had tons of stars in the field, so that'll be interesting. But I feel like this one has quite a few stars, which will be nice. So I'll let this one go for a while, and then this one we're getting close, getting to the finish line. When this gets total elapsed to 20 minutes, it will be done. Yeah. Let's see. Just looking at notes to see if there was anything else I wanted to bring up. Okay, that's good. That's good to know that the field rotation wasn't too bad. I am liking some of the star colors. Like I say, I'm not sure how much some of them are showing up, but definitely. Yeah, I mean, like you look at this around Andromeda, you don't have nearly as many. I mean, there's like so many stars. I mean, it makes sense given its location, but still, sometimes it's nice to have an object to look at, and sometimes having a nebula with some nice stars could be nice. Okay, let's look at this one. S50, S150. Sorry, I mean B150, Dark Nebula. Okay, now the problem is, darn it, I'm going to have to make note of that because this would be something I could image because I'm able to start imaging around 8 o'clock. This might be like a Wednesday target. Because the problem is right now it's obstructed. Unfortunately. But let me make note of that one. Yeah, I could see that having to use star reduction if you want to kind of bring out the nebula. But that B150, I want to make note of that. B150. That would be like a first thing target for me. 150 Dark Nebula at 8 p.m. Okay. So, actually, let me see what it looks like. It's actually about to finish, M31. And this is the last panel, because the other one already had finished because one of the panels failed. So, this one's got 50 seconds. I should have brought that up on screen. Yeah, so this one has actually now 40 seconds, and it'll be done. And let me see what this looks like. Oh, that's in. Oh yeah, that you're Cosmic Ray. You mentioned dark and smoky. That's interesting. Look at that. That is very interesting. I mean, I'd almost need to do a mosaic for it, but even without a mosaic, actually, maybe tomorrow I'll do a mosaic of it. Both telescopes doing just a a 2x1 mosaic and do it like at the same time, and yeah, distribute it across the two panels, like across the two telescopes, like have one do this half, one do this part, and then combine the two. It was left on charger. Oh, huh. Oh, okay. I think I know what you're saying. It like, right. Yeah, I've also had problems with one of my power stations. Was it one of them? The it has AC and DC outlets, but if I'm charging it, the AC outlets go off. Only the DC outlets work. Um, which I found out one night, or one night when I had the all sky camera and the two Seestars plugged in, and the battery, the power station was kind of, I didn't think it would have enough power to make it through the night, so I started charging it, and the all sky camera like shut off, like but I didn't realize it immediately until I went inside and realized the all sky camera was down. Yeah, that's annoying. Let me look at these two. But I really like this. I really, really like this thing. That is an intriguing target. Cause like I've typically gone for the brighter like nebula or galaxies or something, but this is like, yeah, I like that. And the other thing that's good about it compared to some of the ones I've looked at is it's got a very bright star field. Well, this view doesn't show it, but this other view seems to point towards a pretty bright star field. Um, I mean, it may not be that bright, but it definitely looks like an intriguing target. How bright is this star? 10th magnitude? Yeah. Yeah, I think if I do a couple of really long exposures here, it could kind of bring this out. It's intriguing. So let me look at this other one you're mentioning. B143. Oh, right. Interesting. And unfortunately, that's also blocked. But is it another one that's, if I did it earlier? Yeah. If I again start as soon as I can, like at 8 or so, I could get, and that's to the southwest. Yeah. And I could potentially, like, this kind of opening is kind of misleading because that was from a specific spot in my backyard, but potentially if it's at a different spot, it actually would go into this kind of slot and it would be visible for longer. But definitely by 8. If I started at 8, I'd have till about 9. And if it was over here, I'd have even longer. But right now it's yeah, not going to be visible because it's like even past like this point. Um, but that's another interesting one. So that's one B143 and B142. Where's 142? Come on. Okay. Okay, so it's these two. So actually, if you kind of split in between, you potentially get both of them. This one definitely looks a bit more challenging. This one looks a little bit better, a little bit easier. So that's another one to try. 42, B143. I mean, how would people want to do this? Like, let me go back to the live view. Okay, so that's done. Do you have any other suggestion, Cosmic Ray? Because I mean, those are both great, but I think that might be a tomorrow. I mean, it would be something I'd have to start at like 8 p.m. before the objects are obstructed. Um, if not, I might point this telescope at the Cave Nebula. This is pointing at the Line Nebula. The fish on the platter. I like the names of these ones. Let me Fish on the Platter Nebula. I don't know why sometimes this other chat panel is behind. B144. Let's look that up. I just feel like all of these are, it's like things are conspiring. Oh, fish on the platter. What? But what is this? You know, so one thing I need to do, let me reconfigure Stellarium to show the SH objects and Bernard's objects, because the problem is I don't have those catalogs turned on. I mean, sometimes I turn them on. Actually, I'll turn on the Caldwell for good measure. I have ARP and Able turned on, and I don't think those are default ones. I don't have some of these because there's too many objects, or there's something I can't necessarily easily image. So here's fish on the platter, B144, and then the Cygnus Cloud is right. Oh, what is that called? The Tulip Nebula. Now that's an interesting framing there, but like, I can't even see this fish on the platter. That is really dark. So let me look at the other thing, the other catalog, the other one. Okay, this shows like the dark nebula in there. This is interesting, but again, I think it is blocked. So let's see how blocked it is and if it's something I could potentially image early. Yeah, there's all these nice dark lanes and stuff. Okay, an hour. Yeah, so this is another one of those that if I start at 8, I could definitely get it. So let me. You're giving some great example, Cosmic Ray, but they're all like, they're just too. I mean, the great thing about this is these are things that I can do first thing on the live stream. So, and I can do it several nights in a row because there's quite a few of these, and I have a feeling since they're dark nebula, I won't do the light pollution filter. So yeah, and there's a lot of stars in some of those fields, so that'll be good. Anyway, so let's see, east and west veil. I think at this point the veil is kind of, again, I think it's past the meridian for me. But that's then, yeah, now it's not visible. The Shark Nebula. Shark. LDN. Dang it. N. 1, 2, 3, 5. Oh, it just went behind the building. But, so that means, yeah, that's another one that LDN. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117 Um, Shark Nebula. Gosh, I have so many great suggestions of things that, but I'll have to do every one of these like right at the beginning of the live stream, like several nights in a row. But that's great. I'll have like a bunch of stuff, totally new stuff. And I definitely can't compete on Messier catalog because I know Wiley's site already finished the Messier catalog. So yeah, and get me over to the dark side. M20, nice. Yeah, no, that's way too low for me. I was able to image M20 like a few weeks ago, uh, when it was basically uh, when it was over visible down here, kind of. So here's the south and southwest. Like there's this narrow kind of gap between two buildings, or relatively narrow, where things objects tend to be in here for about an hour. Um, so I was able to image M20. Yeah, yeah. Portal 2, I imagine. I imagine, especially with like clear Portal 2 skies on the new moon. Yeah, that sounds really amazing. Well, I mean, it's 12 months. I mean, a given object does a full rotates. I mean, Earth goes around the sun, so for a given time, the object will kind of move around the sky over. So some things end up like they'll end up getting close to the west, too close to the sun, then they'll be in the morning sky, and then they'll kind of rotate through. So, I mean, the problem with a lot of these things that are kind of, I mean, this is like almost half the sky right here to the west that's blocked in my backyard. So, those objects are going to be a long time before they're visible in the morning sky. Um, so yeah, so I have to try to take advantage of what I can when I can. So that's why I'm saying like these targets that are visible at 8 p.m. I mean, that's why I write them down, because I'm like, I've got to image them at 8 p.m. because I'm only going to have a shot at this for the next few weeks, and then I'll have to wait, for almost a year, not quite a year, but I'll have to wait quite a while. Yeah. No, I mean, M2 is, I mean, it all depends. Like if you're up early enough, like, oops, M2. So right now, and actually, if I recall, or M20, okay. If I recall correctly, well, since I'm not, see Gaia BH1, I don't know if I can see Gaia BH1. And I don't even know if I have it. Yeah. Will it even, does Simbad even have it? It's not NGC. Ooh. Is it in NGC 2242? Maybe it's in NGC 242, but it's not. Let me go to the current time. Yeah, it's not visible. I think I'm going to do the Cave Nebula just for now, because I don't have a lot of time left before that one rotates out of view. So I'm just going to do that on this one. I'm going to clear that. Let me see. If I go to, not this, if I go, no, it was 3. Yeah, if I go to a position of 17 hours, 28 minutes, 41 seconds, and minus 0 degree, 0, 34, 50, 1.93. Does it like that? Does it not? 0, 34, 51, 50. All right, it's close enough. It's within. I feel like I'm okay. And then 6. Oh, I meant 17 hours. 28. 41. Yeah, no, it's not visible, unfortunately. I mean, but let me see when it would be visible. If it would be visible on earlier. Oh, it's near. It could be. Oh man, it would just be visible. Like, see, the problem is the sun sets here at 7, and I'll start imaging as early as 8, and it's like just barely there. So let me go back to the current time. Current time. And I need to, let me turn off the other thing, and let's go look at C77. C77. It's below the horizon. Oh, Centaurus A. Showing off. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, homunculus. There's no way I can see that one. There's no way. Although if I get my act together and get the remote telescope stuff working, I could show that off, but that's another topic. So as far as actually, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to make a decision here, and I'm going to go with a cave nebula just for while I still have it, because I at this point definitely not going to be able to image it for an hour, so I'll just start with that, and we can find something else in the meantime that is maybe more. SH2155. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to crank up the gain again on this, and I'm going to do 45 minutes again. And go to live view. But yeah, no, I can't. Well, see, we were talking about mounting telescopes on the roof to get rid of obstruction. See, if I put it on a pole that was maybe 1,000 miles tall, I could probably image those targets, and I wouldn't have to worry about light pollution. I see heart. Yeah, I think the problem is it's not that I don't want to do the Heart Nebula. I feel like it's just, it would be too, like I almost couldn't do it justice with, yeah, maybe I'll do something with the heart in a bit, because that one's still pretty good position. BH1, and then heart, what is it? IC1805 heart mosaic. Maybe I'll fire off a quick mosaic of that one, and after these other two are done. But back to M20. Oops, did I push? Yeah. Well, I don't think I'd be able to do that with a 1,000-mile tall pole, but yeah, for a shorter pole. Yeah, that's true. Could have turnbuckles. like they do for yeah, like actually the one, what was it I had looked at, and it was like ages ago when I was doing the ham, not doing the ham stuff, but when I looked into some things, I had looked at the kind of crank up poles or crank up masts, but then they have the ones that are like tilt up masts. That would be easy. Yeah. Yeah. 30 feet is way up. Yeah. I don't know. I need to, I need to, I mean, cause this lack of westerly access, there is the potential. There is a way I could there is a place I could possibly mount the telescope that would give me a lot more of the sky. It's just, it hasn't always been, yeah. It's kind of like on the roof, but um, I need to I need to look at doing that because this is always kind of a drag. But back to M20. So if we look at, actually no, I was going to look at it in the planning page. Okay, good. This is imaging. Oh, it's doing that kind of flapping thing. So I'm going to go to the stats page for a moment. Let it kind of re-evaluate its life choices. So let's go to planning. And what was I going to look up? M20. And if you look, target visibility at midnight over the next 12 months. So you can see like what is this? Oh, these are moon altitude. The blue is the moon altitude. So this is the altitude of it. So it's kind of really close to the horizon. But this is at midnight. So it reaches its peak at midnight in June. But I mean, it's visible. Like it's visible in the morning, like after this, and in the evening before this. Or did I flip that around? Anyway, so it's only like a narrow window if you look at it. And so, whoa, that's cool. Whoa. Um, there's a lot of clutter here. Let me shut off. Wait, not that. Yeah, okay. And let me see what else I can turn off here. Turn off the azimuth grid. Where's the equator? Anyway, so here's the horizon. Here's the sun. Here's where Trifid Nebula is right now at this point. But if you go, like the only time it's like really kind of not visible is like around December, towards the end of this. I mean, probably plus or minus a month around December when it's too close to the sun. Yeah, like it's right by the sun. But then even like so a month from a month from that point, like it's already far enough. So let's see, in the morning sky, if the sun rises, or no, this is evening sky. So the sun sets, so it's visible at that point. Anyway, it's only usually like a lot of objects are not visible kind of when they're close to the sun, but once they're far enough away from the sun, you either see them in the morning, midnight, middle of the evening, or in the early evening. So once it's past the sun, it'll be visible again in the morning. Anyway, how do I turn off the the equator? I have the meridian, and I know that's semicolon. I always forget. I always end up having to look at the help of key sequences to toggle equator. Azimuth grid. Equator line is dot. Are you serious? It's dot. Go figure. No. Okay, that's the... Yeah, I usually have the alt azimuth kind of lines on rather than the equatorial lines, since I don't run my telescope in equatorial mode. I'm more interested in how high things are up above the horizon, because too high and the Seestar struggles. Yeah. Yeah, 15%. So after 10 feet, I'm committed. There you go. That's the spirit. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting low, but yeah, like it was... Yeah. I mean, once it kind of... it'll get too close to the sun, but then it'll be visible again, like right before sunrise. I mean, right before sunrise, like in a month or a couple months afterwards or less. Okay, so NGC. Sometimes I forget to put things on screen. NGC 6334. Oh, cat's paw. Funny enough, someone was imaging that today or earlier, Seiko, while you were missing, or not missing while you were working. Sorry, that's not missing. That's working. Yeah. Was it Chris was imaging the cat's paw earlier? I know the cat's paw was mentioned earlier, but right now it's like at the horizon. Yeah, that was Chris. Chris got some cat's paw, but right now it's too low, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean the problem is like they're like, I mean, they'd be obstructed, but right now it's like under, it's I mean 8 degrees above the horizon, but I can't see my horizon, so I'm kind of out of luck on that. What else? Oh, and a reminder, if you haven't liked and subscribed, this would be a great time to do that. Let's go back and look at the scopes. Whoa, what in the Sam Hill happened to this one? Groovy, man. It's gone all Technicolor on us. Yikes. I repeat, yikes. This one I'll be processing manually, I think. Yeah. I mean, I did say I was afraid that this would start running into a house, but I didn't expect it to kind of... I mean, that's some industrial grade gradient there. Actually, let me look at the all sky camera, see if there's something funky going on. This is not the up-to-date position, I don't think. Is that where those... Oh, that... Oh. You know who the guilty party is with this? It's me. These things I think are starting to be obstructed by my own house. Well, that's a bummer. Um, yeah, too low. Yeah, the trees. Yeah, yeah. But, these are pretty, this is pretty, holy moly, what in the world happened to this image? Like, I don't even know what to make of these gradients here. Like, why is it, oh man, is it actually, and it's still imaging. It's not, it's not dropping frames. Is that right? Is it still, are these counts still going up? No, it dropped a frame. Has it just been dropping frames recently? I mean, the problem I've run into is as it's tracking into the building, into the house, it ends up like it'll still match some of the stars, but it'll have like a major kind of line through the subframe, and it'll just start averaging that in, and maybe that's what's happened here. But I don't remember it ever doing the kind of green to red colors. This part is heading to us at fraction of speed of light, and this part's going away. No. Um, yeah, this, I think I'm going to go to the schedule, and I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop the madness on this one. And I'm going to go back to the live view because I want to see. Unfortunately, like this schedule stop doesn't do exactly what the other stop does. I need to change this stop button to actually stop the schedule, or do something more intelligent about it instead of just kind of doing what it does now. So if I'm right, this is going to show part of a roof or completely part of a house. And maybe that's the issue. Yeah. Yeah, it's pointing at the house. Now this is interesting. This is actually working. It's just got a lot of artifacts. But we'll let this one go for a bit. That, I mean, I remember like with Windows kind of going crazy many many years ago when you could customize a lot of the system sounds, and so I had kind of Homer Simpson going oh when an error occurred. Could do that. I mean, could customize it so you could do whatever you wanted. And then whenever a good frame would come in, it would do the hoo hoo, from Homer. I'm not going to do it on the mic because I'll not that I would do a good impersonation. So this one's ready for another target besides the side of my house, which is kind of dull through a telescope. I did, and it actually, I did the same, like at the, right around the time you were first on, I pointed at the same target, same gain this time, and they were comparable. And the SNR on the A telescope, which is the one that where the that has the better dark frame. Like it's kind of hard to tell. No, it's not hard to tell. Like this one is like a lot noisier than this one. It has a lot more kind of, you know, kind of. Anyway, so this one had a lower SNR by 20, 30 points, like pretty consistently. As it kept, as both of them kept adding frames. The other thing that was interesting is I didn't end up pointing at the same target, but I need to try it again with the same target because Joe V was pointing at the same target and he had it up and he was getting like a much higher SNR than I was. Like mine was in the 260s, the best one, or 270, whereas he was getting SNR values in the 300s, but he has a Bortle for sky versus my Bortle 9, which would make sense, but that'll be the next test, is to test the same target from Bortle 4 and Bortle 9 at the same time and see how the SNR compares. I mean, we would suspect how it might behave, but it'll be interesting to actually see it. And that's a good point. Try with and without the light pollution. And I should do that with, actually, well, I can't do it right now because both one scope's tied up, at least for now. What else do I want to image besides roof? Man, there's a lot of, I mean, what's interesting is it's interesting that it's got these artifacts. I do wonder about this telescope. I mean, I have used this one more, but I wouldn't think that was it. The good thing is I take, when I copy the images, all the subframes, I have them in two different directories, one for Seestar A and Seestar B, and I've been very consistent the whole time with them, so I could probably go back and reanalyze some of the old ones and see if it's gotten worse or if that sensor was always kind of a bit off. Yeah. That's but still, that's pretty. Oh gosh, look at the line here. I think that's the house again. Let's wait till the next frame comes in. 93, because it'll probably just start spreading across here. Yeah. I think I need to stop this one because I'm just getting part of the house now. That was, how long did that one go? Only 18 minutes. Okay, so both telescopes will be free. Schedule, stop. Yeah, dither artifacts maybe. Yeah, that's all she wrote. I see 5146. Which one was that one? Oops. C 5146. Hey. Oh, Cocoon. I started with that one, I think. I think that was the first thing I imaged tonight. I could image it again because I could do the 2 telescope test and then have one with light pollution, one without. I could do that. Maybe do that for a short period of time. Maybe 20 minutes just to see how it goes. Let me go back to live view on this one and we can see if it's indeed the house. So, schedule, clear this schedule. Yeah, see, that line is the house. So let's go back to schedule. And so I will do Cocoon for both of them. Image, I see 5146. What, well, I mean, that's basically what it is. I mean, it's got a checkbox of whether or not to use the light pollution filter. I mean, there is a control in the Seestar. Let me go on this page so I don't. If you go look at commands, there is this screen. or this command where basically it has a filter wheel internally, and it has the light pollution filter, the IR cut filter, which is kind of the non-light pollution filter, and the dark filter. And the dark it uses when it's, the first time you image and it's generating darks. But we can manually trigger that. And you can also get the wheel state. And so you should be able to see that wasn't quite what I expected to give. But yeah, you can basically you can manually what do you call it? Manually trigger the dark filter, and I was using that a week or two ago when I was testing out the new functionality of. There's a setting. It's still highly experimental, and I'm still kind of working through some of the details. But basically, when you're in preview mode, you can have it the software the SSC software save out all the subframes locally, so it doesn't involve the Seestar at all. Seestar isn't even recording anything, and you can go and manually through. Let me just pick a specific telescope. You can go into settings, and what I did is I cranked up the continuous preview exposure. It's normally 500 milliseconds. I have mine set to 2000, so 2 seconds. You can set it to 10 seconds. And I set the preview time to 10 seconds. I manually triggered the dark filter, and it saved out like 20 dark frames. And that's how I produced these. How I produced these images. I basically had the SSC software saving out a bunch of darks from the Seestar. I mean, it was streaming images with the dark filter engaged. And so I just captured those, saved out the subframes, loaded them into Serial, and stacked them, and then came up. Then I was able to use this as kind of my own dark filter to completely manually process things. Again, I'm kind of working through the things, but yeah, it's a filter wheel, so you can light pollution or filter or non-light pollution, which is the only other visible one is the IR one. So have I done stacks from multi-scope, multi-session? Yes, I have. Actually, what I do for I haven't done it. There's a few targets where basically I've just collected a lot of data over a lot of nights from a single target, and I haven't done. I mean, some people, what they do is they'll try to stack each session. I just threw all the frames in one big bucket and just processed them all. And honestly, the results weren't too bad. Yeah, they weren't bad at all. Like it averaged out everything. And but yeah, I've done that on several targets. So I won't necessarily pay careful attention. I'll just try to collect as much data. Like the Crescent Nebula, M33, back when I first got the telescopes back in December last year, November, December, I collected like quite a few hours of M33, stacked it all together and kind of with Serial, with a fairly simple workflow, I was able to get, I mean, I did like manual stretch, but, and I did it for Orion, had like quite a few hours of Orion. And like I say, didn't do a mosaic. The only issue I had is over a lot of nights, you start getting more rotation. But yeah, no, I've done that a lot, and it hasn't been bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, with the app it's only on or off. Well, I mean, people, and that's an interesting point. So speaking of workflows, what people will do is they'll do a session with it's not necessarily your question, but it's related to your question. Sorry. Basically, people will capture both. They'll capture light pollution and non-light pollution filter images and stack them separately and then combine. Yeah, and I mean it depends on the target. Yeah, and so a lot of times, when you're imaging and with other telescopes or S, I didn't bring up the image, or SLRs, you hear a lot about having to do dark frames and stuff. But generally, the Seestar does that for you internally. But what I was, and I think others have done this too, but basically I was trying to prove that I could generate my own darks from the Seestar just by kind of streaming images out with the dark filter engaged, with the idea that maybe it could be part of some kind of automated workflow on my computer, instead of like basically the Seestar isn't doing much at that point. Like it's not stacking anything. It's tracking, it's not stacking. And then the computer's handling the rest. Yeah, I put them out some places. I need to. I have a website, but I haven't been. I bring it up sometimes on the stream, but I need to go. I feel like I need to go back and reprocess a lot of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. That was like some people have done dark frames by just not with scenery mode, but by putting a covering the lens. You saw something about the S30. Yeah, I know it's cropped up. Actually, let me kick these off, and then I'm gonna do these 30 minutes and get this going. 30 minutes, and I'm gonna do one with light pollution and one without, and maybe I'll crank them up to 150 gain, just because of my bad Bortle skies. I'm concerned that it'll have a harder time if I don't increase the gain. Now the question is, which one do I want to use for the engage the light pollution filter? I'll do it on the left one. Okay, these are both ready to go. And then start, and then start. Did this actually start? Okay, now it started. Cool. Great. So a different filter. Yes. And I haven't done it yet, but I do want to do it. Basically, people have you can either buy them or 3D print an adapter that will take like a 2-inch astronomical filter, and you can then attach it to the front of your telescope. And I actually have a kind of a, what is it called, a like a dual narrowband filter that I've been wanting to kind of experiment around with, especially with my Bortle skies, to see if there's certain things that I can get more detail, or to see what, not if it would be better, but just see what the difference is with like the stock filter. For something like M42. And I need to make a note of that because I don't I need to just go ahead and 3D print the filter. I mean the filter holder. Yeah. And that's kind of what I did. I kind of just was like back and forth, and then I decided on one. Um, light frames. Um, you mean flat frames, right? Isn't it flat frames? Lights are your data. Lights are your data. Darks are, yeah, yeah. Larks, larpers. No, dark frames, yeah, are for sensor issues, like Seiko said, and flat frames are like, yeah, optical issues. So those are the ones where people have like they pointed at the sky during the day or have an LED panel or white t-shirt or whatever. I've never done any of that. I don't know. I don't recall if I've heard people doing that with the Seestar. The dark frames definitely we can do. Yeah, pull a spectra of your sky. Yeah, yeah. So let me go look at the well, and then yes, there's a an entire kind of menagerie of of uh of frame types. Yeah, like dark flats, bias. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're using an astro camera, like with a telescope, you'll use some of those other frame types, or even like an SLR, mirrorless or a mirrorless camera. Like I've shot stuff where I shot darks, I shot bias, and I shot flats. I think I should, yeah. And plus the lights, which are your data. Whoa, it said stopped. That's not encouraging. That meant it failed. It failed plate solving. They both failed plate solving. What in the world? No. Is it? Did I get the time wrong on this? I got the stinking time wrong. Sorry about that. That's why I imaged that's why I imaged the Cocoon Nebula first thing. It's because yeah, it ends up behind my own house. How rude. Okay, let me bring back deep sky objects. So let us look. Let's find something that isn't behind my house. And I like where we were going with the IR versus no IR. So maybe I'll do the core of the Heart Nebula with IR and with light pollution without light pollution. I like that. I like that. My house was trying to help me make the dark flat uh darks yeah. I like that. Um let's see which one. It's 1805. I'm just going to try this as an experiment because certainly this last one didn't go well. So let's go back to schedule. Let's try this again, this time with feeling. Clear, image, and I I see 1805. I flip letters so many times sometimes. Okay, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. And I'm going to do, again, I'll do 150 gain on both. And this is the one that's going to be light pollution filter. So all the same. Submit, submit. And start and start. But yeah, optic black. You know, I've wanted, those like ultra dark paints that they have, like the blackest black kind of paints. I've wanted to get some of that paint to paint like the inside of, or use it on like the some of the telescope related stuff, like kind of like the dew shield, for example. I mean, people flock it or something, but I've thought about getting kind of that super dark paint, and yeah, if I painted the side of my house that way, it would I wouldn't have to it probably would help with some of the scattered light in my backyard, for science. Plus, part of me just I've seen some videos of I think it was on Action Lab where he had some of that paint, and based on what I've heard from other accounts of it, it sounds interesting. Kind of like there's not enough reflection off of it where it's like your eye can't process what it's looking at, so it just kind of looks like a hole in space time, which I'm like, that would be cool. Really mess with people with stuff. Paint it on random things. But yeah, like yeah, Muso Black is one of them that I think that was the one that they used on Action Lab. That the guy used on Action Lab. That would be and then it was one of those that like BMW or somebody painted a BMW with that, and it looked kind of interesting. Okay, so it's stacking. We are stacking, and they're about even, so that's good. This one has light pollution filter. This one does not. So one on the right, no LP. One on the left, LP. I should have named them. I should have put the thing on the object name so we could just see easily. And the SNR for the one without the LP filter is much lower. Interesting. Yeah, that's the other thing. I don't think I think I'd have to sell a car to get enough to paint my house. I don't think that would be a good use of resources. Maybe one of those things where, the proverbial, if you win the lottery, that would be funny. Like the most eccentric person, just kind of paint your house that Muso black. And then people are like, they don't know what they're looking at, or paint like just parts of it with it. That would confuse people. Paint the door Muso black. That would be interesting. And the doorknobs. So it's like you'd have a hard time just kind of processing what you're seeing. If it's as effective as people say it is, that could be fun. Yeah, it's interesting how much higher the one with the LP filter is. Like, much higher. Yeah. And yeah, and you can actually see the nebulosity, whereas not so much on the other filter. Which isn't unexpected, but Still kind of interesting seeing it side by side. Interesting. But yeah, as far as future plans, I'll probably I know I've said this several times, but if you haven't been here or weren't here when I said it, I'll probably live stream again on Wednesday. Same bat time, same bat channel. But I mean, I'm not stopping right now, but I'm just saying for future reference. Yeah, it's interesting. Very. Yeah, it is really interesting to see the difference the filters make. I mean, I can see some nebulosity in here, like really faint. NGC 246. And of course, it's obstructed, but it looks like it's about to be unobstructed. Yeah, Skull Nebula. Skull Nebula. Let's look at that. Oh yeah, I think I did image that a little bit, I think. Yeah, that does look kind of like a skull. A little freaky. Is there a hot red pixel? Yeah. Speaking of this, I think I need to rename this telescope the hot mess because this one, like, yeah, it has like this. And let me look at that. Like this is I should call it Seestar Hot Mess. Yeah, see, look, it even shows up on this dark of come on, how do I zoom in? Can I zoom in or not? Does it not let me zoom in? Quick Fits is giving me fits. Oh, plane to catch. Okay. Well, have a good flight. Talk to you later. But yeah, if you look at where is it? The I'm going back and finding the dark frame. The master dark for this one. Quick Fits. Does it actually let me zoom in? I thought it used to let me. Oh, there we go. I think it was just having problems. So yeah, this is the dark frame for this one that I kind of manually. I captured a bunch of frames, 10-second exposure with the dark filter engaged, and then stack them myself in Serial. And see, here's this. That's this thing, I think, because it's like same position. And it's so big. I guess it can only do so much. Like as the telescope kind of, you know, like its tracking isn't perfect. It ends up, yeah, it ideally does, but I think this one is so bad, and maybe it's temperature specific. And when it took the dark frame for the telescope, when the Seestar itself took its dark frame, like at 7 p.m. and it's cooled a bit since then, not a ton, but maybe it's enough where this becomes like more prominent, less whatever, and then it's having a harder time averaging it out. I mean, the good thing is when you process these, like through Serial, it ends up cleaning up a lot of that. Oh, bad weather. Eesh. Not good. Yeah. Command pixel clean function. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, I mean it's not cool, so I have no idea what it's doing, but um yeah. Yeah, not yeah. But yeah, I think it's this thing that's kind of as the telescope kind of moves around from frame to frame, it's struggling to average this out. But that's what I ended up. That I mean, this is interesting because I did this a few days ago, and yeah, clearly there's problems right there. But yeah, so this one is definitely a much cleaner scope or sensor, I should say. Although both of them so far they're doing well. No drop frames. I think I increased the dither interval to like 25 frames. I think I increased it just so it wouldn't. I mean, the tracking isn't 100%, so it kind of is arguably spurious to do dithering that often, like every 5 frames, which is or whatever is the default. Yeah, I have it set to 25 frames now. But yeah, yeah, and if you look up here, like it has this red artifact, and this happened on the last image. It has like these blue ones too, like over here, green one here. It is again. This is I'm gonna have to rename this telescope Hot Mess. But again, you process it in serial, it cleans it up. I guess I just generally don't always look at the, but I need to go back through my old images from this telescope to see if it's been getting worse. Um, it's kind of interesting. 3 hours of skull and then the Horsehead Nebula flame. Oh, nice. Already doing Orion. That's cool. But the this stuff isn't the lens. This is the like that dark frame. That's the sensor. Cause like that red spot is with no light, so it's whatever is the sensor kind of spontaneously registers over and over again. It's spontaneously registering red there. Yeah, time get the soldering iron out uh, and graft uh, do a filter do a filter sensor replacement. But yeah, this one is yeah. Look at the SNR. This one's 230 and this is 124. Wow. Now the next test, I should do this again, but then have the light pollution filter on this one, just to try to you know make sure that whichever one is has the light pollution filter is the one that has better signal to noise. Yeah. I mean, problem is I've had this one for I don't think it's there's I doubt it has a 1 year warranty and I've had this one for almost a year. So, I mean, I could swap it, but I'd have to pay for it. And, it hasn't been a problem when I process it in serial, so I'm just prone to kind of leaving it. Now, that would be interesting. I need to try one thing I did do a week or two ago when I manually generated those darks, and then I um what did I do? How did I do that? Did I do that live? How did I do that live? Oh, that's how I did it live. What I was doing is I created a dark file ahead of time, and then I dumped, or I had it generate um, the light frames from the Seestar, or the Seestar was kind of just previewing, in preview mode. SSE was dumping them to a drive as fit files, and I was using Seestar to do a live stack, and I pointed the Seestar at the or I told Cyril to use the master dark file, and I had it pointing at the files that were coming off the Seestar, or off SSE from the Seestar, and it actually cleaned up most of the artifacts. It did a pretty good job, Cyril's dark stack mode. And people recommended I try other live stacking software, but like, is it SharpCap? Only runs on Windows. And so I plan on doing it again sometime this fall maybe, but I need to figure out what I'm doing for to have a Windows box to do that. So we'll see. But one thing I was debating, oh, are you serious? 2-year warranty on product, 1 on battery? I had no idea. That's a pretty good one, actually. Huh. Well, so this live stacking, well, all this is doing in ALP is this is just viewing whatever the Seestar itself is doing. So for those tests, what I was doing is having ALP save out the frames, the individual like preview frames. So I was kind of generating my own subframe. So the Seestar wasn't recording anything. It was just in preview mode. It's just I increased the preview time to 10 seconds, stacked it. It wouldn't, like, potentially we could stack with an ALP that hasn't been written yet, but I was looking at some stacking software or stacking libraries, and potentially it could be done potentially, but it hasn't been done. I mean, we could go all in and have it kind of, yeah, it's a matter of programming, like, and if that's kind of the best workflow, or do we find a better way to integrate in with other tools like Cyril or some other tool? SNR 491. What are you imaging? Like, how are my skies? But we've had this conversation that we're both Bortle 9, but somehow I'm worse. Like I'm Bortle 10. My portal goes to 11. The portal here goes to 11. Skull Nebula. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how mine are so bad. Like, pathologically bad. Although, which direction is this? I was just thinking of something else, of why I might have such bad skies. Is this the direction it's pointing? No. Yeah. I don't think that's purely the issue, but I remembered this direction. Like, yeah, that might be part of my problem. So not only am I in a Bortle 9 area, but less than a mile from my house is a major freeway that has tons of like these massive lights on them. These huge kind of UFO lights that just throw off tons of light. So I've got that problem. But then I was remembering, oh, right, the direction this is pointing about 1.5 or 2 miles from my house is a football stadium. And if that thing's lit up, then that could really be a problem. Yeah, so maybe that's why my skies are so abysmal. I literally have a stadium and major freeways like near my house. It's very convenient, but not so much for astronomy. Yeah, so the fit that comes the this thing that's coming out of the Seestar is a raw file with the a raw stack with the dark applied to it. Yes. And then what I have um actually I think it must be applying the dark to every subframe. Wouldn't it? Because otherwise, or it doesn't. Anyway, I the stack has the dark applied to it. And then it's stretched on in kind of it, it's stretched a bit so it's actually viewable, because otherwise it's just a raw that you can't, that just looks dark, just looks black unless you stretch it. So it's stretched in SSE, but otherwise we're not applying anything to it. Okay. Okay, I'll take a look at the errors. Okay, that's cool. Was it something, the dew shield, was it something you bought or printed yourself? Okay. I appreciate you joining Cosmic Wraith as always. Have a good evening. Thanks. Have a good night. And yeah, eBay. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, the SNR on this is, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So Wiley's site's getting 500 SNR and I've got 240 and 140. Whoa. But like I say, I might have a slight problem with like a stadium near my house, a literal stadium. How much does that stadium seat? I mean, there's a bunch of stadiums in Houston, so I think it's generally that direction that I'm pointing at. It only seats 22,000 people, so not too bad, not too shabby. Wait, oh, oh, they have multiple stadiums. Oh, fantastic! It's one of the local universities. Lovely. Well, that's good. Yeah, sometimes like the stadium, yeah, they don't necessarily like they might have the lights on late. And it's funny like during, like we're close enough. I sometimes I don't even know, but sometimes I'll hear fireworks. Like I know at some football games near here I've seen them do fireworks after the game, and then plus holidays and stuff. It's just, yeah. Again, it's nice for non-astronomy things, but for astronomy things, it's pretty abysmal. I need to do what that guy Cosmic Ray uh, uh, told me about, who has the telescope in Arizona. I need to set up something like that. Wow, that is massive difference. Yeah. So the other thing I want to do is so there's going to be a new Seestar S30 coming out, and I think there might be a new Seestar S50 coming out, but not. It's going to be slightly different. I think Wiley Site might know more about this than I did, but than I do. I think that might have like a secondary a secondary lens on it, kind of like the Dwarf 3 but on the Seestar S50. So slightly more telephoto than the dwarf, but then having kind of a wider angle lens. I don't know. Supposedly, that's what I had heard. Your stadium holds twice my county's population. Well, the county I'm in is the most populous county in Texas. Um, it's like it makes the news sometimes because it's got so many. It's one of the bigger counties. It's called Harris County. Almost 4.8 million people in Harris County. So yeah, and Houston is in multiple counties, but that's the main. I think I figured at some point that Harris County has more people than half the U.S. states. It was, anyway, this is a totally random aside, but I was just like, this is why I have such light pollution problems. So yeah, what is it, 4.7? So our county has more people than Louisiana, and it's catching up to Alabama and the Carolinas. So probably in the next decade, it'll probably have as many people as Alabama. So yeah, if it were a state, it would be in the top 25. The county I live in. So yeah, a lot of light pollution. Okay, they've only announced the S30. Oh, some people were misinterpreting. Yeah, because it had the S30 next to an S50. Double Colorado. Cool. Oh, is that right? Oh no, Colorado has 4.8 million people. But still, we've got a bit. I mean, it is crazy. Like, yeah, like I say, it's handy for other things, just not astronomy. Kind of the astronomy angle makes me sad. And I mean, when I first started doing astronomy as a teenager, like I struggled with it so much in the city because I was doing visual astronomy, and so like that is really hard. I mean, it wasn't as bright back then, but still. Oh, okay, fireworks galaxy, nice. Yeah, no, but still, like if you look at still Colorado. Oops, I keep bouncing between the wrong one. Okay, if you look at Colorado, okay, fine. If it's 5.8 million people, and Harris County is like 4.8 million people. I mean, it's a million people smaller, but Harris County's growing fast. Although how fast? Colorado's growing fast too, actually. Question is, how fast are we growing? 2.4% in a year? What? 16% in 12 years. So Colorado's growing pretty fast. So it would be difficult. It would take a long time for us to catch that, but Louisiana isn't growing very fast. So oh, it's got 4.6 now. So we're bigger than Louisiana. Alabama? Oh no, sorry. This year. Alabama's here. 5.1 million, but growing 5%. We're growing at like double that rate. So we'll pass Alabama before, you know, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years. The county I live in, which is kind of crazy. Anyway. But yeah, like I say, this is why I have light pollution problems. Oh, interesting. Well, that's annoying that it turned on the filter for a galaxy. Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying. How long did I do these for? Yeah, I mean, this is doing... I might stop it at half an hour. I mean, this one is just abysmal. Yeah. I'm gonna copy a screenshot of that just for grins. I mean, the field rotation isn't too bad, so like from that point of view, it's not bad. But like, look at the difference, and then the fact this SNR isn't really going up, like not quickly. Yeah. Well, I took a screenshot of it, so yeah. So I'll stop these. Let me go ahead and stop them now. I mean, because you could see the trend pretty quickly. So we'll do that. Schedule, stop, stop. And then after it's stopped, clear, I see 1805. Actually, if I would have just let it finish, it was actually only set to half an hour. That's fine. So I see 1805, go, and then 150, and then clear, image, I see 1805, and 150. Okay, so before I had this one with light pollution filter, this time I'm going to do this one with light pollution filter. And does that all look good? What am I doing? 150. Okay, that's not good. Okay, 150 gain, 30 minutes, 150 gain. Okay, that's right. So 30 minutes on both. Maybe I'll cut it down to 20 minutes for now. I'll cut it down to 20 minutes. Actually 15 minutes because I think we can see the trend quickly. Yeah, I think let me get go, submit, start, and now it should be good. So this one over here was 240, this one was 140, and they seem to be topping out around that level. So let's go live and go live. And let me have some water. Okay. While this is loading, yeah, so Wiley cite those generator errors are not completely expected and not completely unexpected. Um, it's something I get. I don't think it hurts anything. I don't think, but I need to look into it more because at best it's still just a lot of visual, like a lot of noise in the logs. Get telescope offline. Is this even is this even stacking? I mean, is this even showing nebulosity? And then this red dot, like, how crazy. That's like so bright. I think it's getting worse tonight. So telescope offline. And you're running it on the same network as your telescope. Is there any how do you have the telescope configured? I mean, did you change the configuration at all? The config toml file, did you specify like an IP address, or is it still like the seestar.local? Um, oh, you haven't been able to do live image up all night. Huh. That's weird. I'll have to look at that because maybe it's related. So in station mode, currently imaging using app. Oh, so I mean, you could go if you have experimental mode on. Otherwise, you have to edit the config file. But if you have experimental mode, you go under functions, SSC config, and you can. Oh no, you can't edit this from the conf. You have to edit the config file. Sorry. So you have to get into the config.toml, and there's a section with Seestars, and the default one is if you haven't changed it, it's the same as the config toml example, but it'll be in config.toml. So pretend this is config.toml. This will be the default. So it'll be trying to go after this hostname seestar.local. You just replace that with the IP address that you want. And I do wonder if you hadn't changed it, like you're using the default, if that's the reason why your computer can't see the Seestar as well. Like it's for whatever reason not able to resolve that seestar.local. And so your computer itself just won't see it. Doesn't see the Seestar. I wonder if that's part of the problem. But yeah, you can just plug in the IP address or figure out the IP address of the Seestar. Oh, your PC can see the Seestar on the network? Okay, sorry. I miss. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we should add it where it can be configured in the config file here. I mean, the problem is the IP address, we wouldn't know that ahead of time. So we use the name, but if there's a problem with the name, then yeah, we're kind of, let's see. Let's go back to this. Let me look at the live sky for now. Just, I want to see what it looks like. Everything looks fine. Yeah, like look at these these artifacts here. Okay, so the other previously I had 140 over here or 140 over here, 240 over here after about half an hour. So the delta between the two, the SNR delta or the difference in the SNR was like up to 100. It's still at a lower frame count, and I mean, so the light pollution filter does make this SNR value higher. So even in spite of the the kind of artifacts and issues this image has with like these hot pixels, it's still I mean, and plus, like you can clearly see the nebulosity here, whereas here it's more of a strain to even see it, and you've also got like these gradients. It is really interesting though to see really how much this suppresses the light pollution filter suppresses these gradients. It's kind of what you would hope, but it's good to see it in practice. the Seestar is running Linux 4.9. You set the IP in the config.toml file. It's under the device directory. So it's device. Sorry, I've got like a lot of stuff open here. Under device config.toml, that file, and that's like I have two Seestars, but I define them here, and I have to specify the IP addresses because like the Seestar.local resolves, but like it would only resolve to one of them. So since I have more than one, I have to manually key them in. That's funny. It heard you. It heard you. It was you shamed it into working. Okay, cool. Got it. Great. But yeah, if you specify the IP address, there really should be zero reason for it to not be able to reach the Seestar. Like you're just showing off now. 878. That's yeah. I mean I'm happy because like this one's getting close to 200. But I don't think I've seen one even. I mean, granted, I haven't imaged as long, but yeah. And that actually would be another interesting test, to do the same target. Once I get equatorial set up on one of them, would be to do a test between the two with an SNR test, which theoretically it wouldn't matter, or would it theoretically? Because of the field rotation, would that cause the stars to be less sharp in alt azimuth mode? I don't know. It would be we could do a test, see if it makes any difference. And do it like this where I kind of trade off the good scope for the bad scope. Yeah, so this one's almost like 55 higher so far. Although what's interesting is this one seemed to be topping out about 140 after half an hour. So we'll see how high this one goes. In other words, is the scope with less noisy darks and less obvious artifacts like this going to have a better SNR even or without the light pollution filter than this one did without the light pollution filter? So we'll find out. We shall see what we shall see. Oh wow. That does look like the Skull Nebula. Nice. What else? Okay. Sorry. Distracted by Discord. Easy enough to get distracted by Discord. Cool. So I'm going to let this one go for a bit. And I might end up wrapping it up after that. We'll see after this latest test. I mean, I don't feel tired, but that I still shouldn't necessarily keep going, because even after I'm done with the stream, I usually I'll go shut down the telescopes, go downside, just break everything down, bring it in, and then maybe like go through some stuff afterwards. And so yeah. But let's see. Let us see what we will see. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Let us see. Oh, sorry, I missed a couple of things. Oh, so firmware 295, Wiley site, you might remember this. Wait, does it not connect at all? I mean, does it still show offline? You can see NGC 255 as a tiny galaxy in the live view image. Really? Is that? Okay, so you see. Oh, top left fuzzy area. Let me see. Open a browser. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I always like that when you kind of image something and you incidentally get something else in the frame. That's always cool. You see Seestar. So you see the IP up here, right? Now, do you see anything like what screen are you on? Like if you bring it up and like what is the URL that is at the top? Like do you see something where it's like /1/ like this? Because if you're on this kind of initial screen, you should be able to see, like you'll see the telescope up here, and you just kind of leave it on that, and you should see kind of stats from your telescope here. The other thing that would be to check would be the if there are any errors in the log files, which again we have the ability to kind of dump out the logs so we can look at them offline. Unable to get stats. I don't know why Wiley site does that. If you're running kind of the later firmware, I don't know if 295 is. Did they add that kind of primary secondary thing? Oh, this is already done? Yeah, it was already done. Wait. Oh, okay. So I missed what its peak SNR was. Okay, that was in the beta. Unable, why would it be unable to get stats? Like it should just kind of pull them up. I mean, you could, if you pick one of the other screens, do you see anything? Like it still shouldn't error. If you go to the settings page, does that load anything? Because for this to load, I believe it's got to be talking to the telescope correctly. Can't open settings. Then it's not able to talk to the telescope for some reason. And I'm not sure why. I mean, you've got the telescope. I mean, you're imaging with it actively, right? So I don't know why it would. I mean, can you look at the logs to see if there's anything like let me look. Um, so like, oops, like there's all these logs that should be in the directory. Yeah, can open settings. 10 minutes into image. Yeah, okay. Look at the logs and see if there's any obvious errors. Okay. If it's just reconnecting, that means it's not able to connect to the host. So, yeah. Um like mine, I mean, I can ping my hosts. And if you're getting like those connection errors, like, I mean, like it'll disconnect, but it should reconnect and not. Okay. Scope is, well, have a good evening. Good night, Wiley Sight. Thanks for joining. And I'll chat to you with you later. Um, yeah, I'm just kind of at a loss. I'm at a loss for why it would not be, why it wouldn't be able to connect. Because your computer can connect and you're running Seestar ALP on your computer, right? Like your computer can see the files on the Seestar. But then, and your phone, it's, yeah, we'll set that aside. But if your computer can see it and see the files, but the app can't, that doesn't make any sense. Because the ALP is just, it's connecting. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Are you, what else could it be? And you're 100%, it's the current IP of the Seestar. Like it didn't, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think it would be. I mean, some things, could try to block connections or whatever, but that doesn't seem as likely. Um, yeah. I mean, can you ping the IP address of the Seestar, like from a Windows console? Yeah, I mean, I know I mean, I'm running an older firmware, but I know other people are running more recent firmwares than I am, and they're able to use ALP. I think it was only people who were running the beta app and firmware that had issues. You're not running the beta, are you? Yeah, unfortunately, I think the chats are just a little bit behind. Okay, not beta. Like I say, I would try pinging it from a Windows console, just ping and then the IP address. And just in case there's some IP versus name resolution problem. So you can ping it. I mean, one thing you could, if the telescope's imaging, you don't need to keep the app running. So you could try turning off the app or closing out the app and then try seeing if ALP will reconnect then. Otherwise we might have to troubleshoot this another day because I'm kind of at a loss. And I might, one thing I've been through enough of these kind of trying to get it working moments that I've been kind of struggling to come up with a better way. Like, how can we make this better? Not just from a reliability point of view, but troubleshooting point of view like this. And I don't know. Like something that would be able to kind of do more network kind of, yeah. Yeah, let me make a note on that. Maybe something where it kind of can troubleshoot, not troubleshoot, but like try a few different things, but in a more isolated thing, like a kind of a checklist, like for the Seestar telescope, can it ping the IP? So then, like, you're able to do it, but maybe it's more complicated for some people. So we could check that it responds to pings. We could try doing the socket connection. Oh, after a long wait. Oh, how did you install this? Was it through the it was through the executable, right? Because I'd be kind of, I'm kind of curious if, can you look in those alpaca, like these log files here? Are you on the, yeah, sorry, Chris, are you on the Discord server? Any Discord server, or are you on Discord in general? And I only ask because a lot of us are, and okay, you have Discord. I mean, you could either, let me, sorry, I'm, hold on, my brain's trying to think what window I need to get to. Okay, hold on. If I go to this and I go to this, and I'm terrible about promotion, but if you go, I'm probably, I mean, because I'm kind of done imaging, I'm probably going to wrap up the stream, but there's a feature in here, if you don't want to fish through the log files, the support page, and you can write up notes, whatever. Click download bundle, it'll zip up the log files. And if you go to that link, which is the Discord server, and Wiley's site's on it and stuff, you can join it. I mean, or not, or whatever, and then message me. You can direct message me or drop in a channel, whatever you're comfortable with. And you can send me that zip file if you want. And then I can look at the logs and see what the exception is. Oh no, don't tell me it gives you an error. Wow, that's a mighty impressive. That's that's terrible. Well, join the Discord and maybe we can continue troubleshooting it. And then if you like, if you're not on, like, if we don't want to keep doing this tonight, uh, or whatever, we could pick it up tomorrow. Um, yeah. That would be perfect. That would be awesome. Yeah, let's do that. But yeah, join that link and we can take next steps. Uh, I included the Discord thing up above the invite for my server. The discord.gg should be the link to my yeah, that should be the link to my server. But yeah, I think I'm done for the evening. We have we did some imaging, did some tests, A/B tests. That was good. I think I'm going to do some more A/B tests. Might do some EQ tests perhaps this week. We'll have to see, but I'm definitely going to have another live stream Wednesday evening, barring any clouds. The conditions look good for the rest of the week, so Wednesday. And otherwise, join the Discord server and like and subscribe if you haven't already. And I think I will leave it at that for the evening. So thank you all for joining, and clear skies. Oh, oh, oh. Catching northern lights. Ah, oh, where are you located, Turf? Yeah, no, thanks. And yeah, so yeah, I'm wrapping it up, and I'll talk to you, Chris, after the stream. Actually, I need to get some water, and then I'll be on Discord. So have a good evening, everybody, and clear skies. Bye.